me just a moment and I'll get the recording going for you.
Okay. And Representative Maggiore, just so you know, I'm looking at the list of speakers to testify on CACR 9, and I have 0 that have asked to testify, so I'm a little concerned about that, so we can talk about that once we get started.
Is someone there to introduce the bill?
No.
Why don't you want to take that?
No.
And I'll try and get a hold of it.
Yeah,
All right, you're all set to start, Representative Dolan.
Thank you.
All right.
Well, good morning. This is the Municipal and County Government Committee, and we are here today to hear several bills this morning, and we'll be working into the afternoon as we go into executive session on several bills as well. Before we get started, though, I have some notes I need to share with you about this process and how it works, especially for the public to understand. As chair of the Municipal and County Government Committee, I find that due to the state of emergency declared by the governor as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, and in accordance with House Rule 67 and the governor's emergency order number 12, pursuant to Executive Order 2020-04, this public body is authorized to meet electronically. This is a public hearing on bills referred to the committee. An executive session may follow at any time. Please note that there is no physical location for members of the public to observe and listen contemporaneously to this meeting. However, in accordance with the emergency order, I am confirming that all members of the committee and select legislative staff have the ability to communicate contemporaneously during this meeting through the Zoom electronic meeting platform, and the public has access to contemporaneously listen, and if necessary, participate in the meeting by the Zoom platform or by telephone. All necessary access information has been made available in the House calendar and through the electronic calendar on the General Court website. The notice of this meeting complies with House rules and RSA 91A. Anyone who has a problem accessing the meeting should call 603-271-3600 or email hcs@leg.state.nh.us. In the event that the public is unable to access this meeting, the meeting will be adjourned and then rescheduled. Christina Dyer is the staff assisting us. Thank you, Christina. And please note that all votes that are taken during this meeting shall be done by roll call vote. So let's start the meeting by taking a roll call attendance. When each member states their presence, please state whether if you are connected electronically, whether there's anyone in the room with you during this meeting, which is required under the right to know law. And I turn to the clerk and ask for a roll call.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Dolan?
Here.
Representative Piemonte?
Here.
Clerk is here. Representative Tripp? Representative Tripp?
I think he's going to be absent this morning.
Okay. Representative Guthrie?
Yes, in the end meeting.
Representative LaSalle?
Here.
Representative McBride? Representative McBride? Representative Melvin?
Here.
Representative Ayer?
Here.
Representative Power?
Here, I'm present at my home in Brookline in my office alone. However, there are 2 other household members in other parts of the house.
Thank you. Representative Porter?
I'm present in my home in Hillsborough. I'm alone in the room, but my husband is in the house.
Thank you. Representative Trey Levin?
Good morning. I'm here in Dover, New Hampshire, alone with the cat.
Representative Gilman?
Good morning. I am here in Exeter. I am alone in the room, but my husband may be heard in the background.
Representative Majori?
I am here. I am alone in my office, and I have sent an invite over to Representative Melvin just to be sure I don't see him in the list of attendees.
Okay, thank you. Representative Davis?
I am present here in my home in Lebanon, New Hampshire, and I am alone.
Representative Magapudi?
Good morning. I am here in Nashua in our family room, and I'm alone.
Okay. Representative Van?
I am here in my house in Peterborough, New Hampshire, and I am alone in the room, but there are 2 other people in the house in other rooms.
Thank you. Representative Klee?
I am here in the room, in Nashua, in my room currently alone. My husband is in the house. I do wear a headset, so he cannot hear the conversation.
Thank you. Representative Gallagher?
I'm here in my apartment in Concord, and I am alone.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I show 2 members absent.
Thank you. At the start, I'd like to ask you all to join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag.
One nation, under God. Thank you. Makes me feel better. All right, today we have several bills to deal with, and we're going to move right along. And this particular bill, this is what you may see as a cat, referred to as a CACR, which is a constitutional amendment. If this does make it to the House as a point of information, it will require a 60% vote to pass. This is not the 51%. This is a 60% vote. We do have, by the way, on our sign-up sheet for support or not support, we have 4 who have signed up to support it, 40 have signed up that oppose it, and 0 are neutral on it. And I'm going to ask Representative Roy to introduce the bill. Do you have Representative Major? Do you have Representative Roy on your queue?
I do, and he is allowed to talk. He should be all set.
Okay, Representative Roy, the microphone is yours. Welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I am here to introduce this morning CAS 9. My name is Representative Terry Roy. I represent Rockingham 32. This constitutional amendment would restrict municipalities from raising property taxes more than 2% in any given year for the general population and more than 1% in any given year for disabled residents or senior citizens. I feel that we can all agree that one of the main complaints or issues or concerns that all of our constituents have, Democrat, Republican, Independent, is the rising and ever increasing cost of property taxes in the state. Now, I could have been given this speech to this committee probably 30 years ago, and it would have been the same exact thing. We seem to be grappling with this for decades, and we don't know how to deal with it. And while we kick the can down the road, and by we, I don't mean us perhaps sitting here, but our predecessors and their predecessors before them, the people who are really paying for it are the citizens who are owning property, and in particularly senior citizens. We are, without a doubt, inarguably, taxing senior citizens out of their homes. There's people I've heard from constituents that have to sell their homes that they've lived in their whole lives and worked their whole careers to pay for because they can no longer afford their property taxes. Now, we can debate whose fault that is, but I think that's another issue. But in the meantime, it's kind of like first aid. You got to stop bleeding. We have to put the brakes on this and force us to have a conversation as a legislature in the municipalities how to deal with this property tax issue. And if we don't do something to stop it, it's just going to keep going and going. So Massachusetts, over 30 years ago, introduced something called Proposition 2.5. And similarly, it froze 2.5% as a property tax cap. We as a legislature would not be doing this. All this is enabling the citizens of the state to have a say. So if we were to pass this, it wouldn't go into effect. What it would do is put it on the ballot, and it would let the citizens of the state come out and say, yeah, we agree it should be frozen at a certain level, or no, we don't agree. So I think it's time the citizens had a say in this property tax situation. And the problem has been, part of it, that people don't really understand how town meeting works. We've kind of failed civics wise. And for many of us, even legislators aren't really sure how it works. And if you can't go to town meeting, or if you don't understand how it works, you just realize when you get your tax bill, oh my God, taxes have gone up yet again. So what this would do, if the citizens chose to pass it, would be it would freeze the property tax at 2% increase over the previous year's tax. But they would be able to override that. If the municipality can make a convincing argument to their citizens why it needed to go up, there's a mechanism to override the 2%, and the citizens can vote to do so. All this does is keep the municipality from putting it forward without the citizens' direct approval on a ballot where they can actually see what it means, instead of at a town meeting in the middle of the night with a raise of hands or a yeas and nays when people don't even know what's happening or understand how to navigate it. So what I want to do with this is I'm hoping we can start a conversation that we've been avoiding for decades on how to help out our citizens with this property tax issue. And while we're doing it, protect senior citizens and disabled people from losing their homes because they just can no longer afford these tax increases. Again, I just want to reiterate, if we pass this, it doesn't mean it goes into effect. All this does is say, citizens in New Hampshire, this is what we've come up with to offer you. Are you interested or not? And it's up to them to vote it, to pass it. All this is really enabling the citizens to have a voice. So with that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Okay, before we get to questions, I'm going to ask Representative Maggiore if you could co-host me for the meeting, or do you need Christina to do that?
At this point, I believe I need Christina Dyer's assistance there, if she can.
Okay, so maybe she can work on that while we'll first go to Representative Porter at her hand raised first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question, Representative Roy. When I see things like this, I get a little bit concerned, and I don't understand how it would work in this situation. Granted, it's a hypothetical, but say there was a natural disaster that wiped out the school buildings in a community, for a fire, there was a flood, there was a landslide, and the school was completely gone, and it needed to be replaced. It would cost, and that in order to do so, taxes need to be raised more than 2%. If you say that there's a provision in here that could be overridden if the taxpayers agree. But what if the taxpayers didn't agree? What if it went to the voters and they decided no, they had to wait for the town meeting and then they voted no, we're not going to let you do that. What would happen? How would the community deal with this situation if it's in the Constitution that they can't change it? They can't go over 2%.
Thank you for the question, Representative Porter. But I kind of, without being cheeky, think you answered the question for me. The community would have spoken when they said, no, we're not going to do that. I mean,
so that, I'm sorry.
No, I guess the question is, how would in other words, the elected officials of the town, how would they be able to override their own citizens and constituents and say, we know better than you, we do need this school? So I guess the problem is again, I want the citizens to be able to have the say in the matter. And I would submit, I would hope that they would want to replace the school in that situation. But having said that, if they didn't, I mean, you can't, I don't think we're in the business of forcing them to do what they don't want to do. And people would then, I guess, vote with their feet and leave the town that did not want to replace its school. But that's really hypothetical.
Follow-up?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
I don't know. It just seems to me that we're putting the town, if the vote was close and it was 51% to 49%, that means almost half the people want to replace their school. What is the recourse then? That just have to go with the 51%?
Well, I guess looking at a bigger picture, I mean, the same thing applies, and 51% voted for a certain president, 50 didn't, and we end up with the president we get. I mean, that's the way the democracy works. But I can see your point. You know, when you get into a really small town, one anti-government curmudgeon might be able to flip the vote. But again, that's just how democracy works. And I think if we don't give the citizens a choice to vote and say, you know, I am in favor or not in favor, it's us dictating to them what they're gonna have and what they're not, and what they're gonna pay and what they're not. And again, I would remind you that it's the senior citizens and the disabled people who are going to foot this bill. It's not really, it's the young folks working are able to keep up with these increases every year. Hardly, but they are better than people who get, you know, $1,400 a month for Social Security. When you get that kind of money and you see a $500 or $600 increase on your taxes, you're talking about percentages of your yearly income. And these are the folks I think we really need to save here while these debates occur, such as what you just discussed.
Thank you.
Next, Representative Majuri, I'm going to go to Representative Gallagher, and then after that, Representative Mangiapudi, just for Q purposes, so you know. So next up, hear from Representative Gallagher. The microphone is yours.
So, you were describing in your testimony how this would work in a town meeting for municipalities that are organized as towns. I'm from Concord. I represent a city. We don't do town meetings. We have a city council and mayor and city manager. How would how would this amendment affect cities with city government organized in that manner?
Thank you for the question, Representative Gallagher. I only mentioned town meeting because that's the one that's really confusing for a lot of people, especially folks that move from out of state or from cities like yourself. A lot of them don't understand the process. But it doesn't specify in the amendment town, city, or whatever. It just says a municipality. So, for example, if Concord wanted to raise property taxes 3% one year, they would need to go to the voters of Concord for an override to be able to do that. So it really would be no different for a town or a city.
Thank you. We're going to go next to Representative Mangiapudi, and then after that, Representative Powell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Roy, for taking my question. For me, it kind of brings a very fundamental question about democratic process. Voters elect us to represent their view, and they hold us accountable, hopefully, to carry their, I get emails and calls from my constituency, and to say the due diligence. And what, to me, in the process, this seems to be putting it right back to the voters and saying, you make the decision how you want to raise revenue or pay for the taxes. I will only facilitate. And then why do we have to go through the process of electing you? If my constituents ask that kind of question, how do I respond? So this is, as a role for me, is that's why we get the big bucks paid and the big title of state reps. So just if you can address that.
Oh, I'd be happy to, and I'd also be happy if you'd share some of those big bucks, because I didn't seem to get my check this year from the legislature. So we're talking about democracy at the closest level. So for state representatives, we don't set tax rates for towns. It would be their local representatives on their town councils, on their city councilors, and at that level, the voters always get a chance to vote on a budget. And what happens is a lot, and increasingly so across the state, they end up with something called a default budget. In other words, they do vote down the increases. But it really doesn't help, because the default budget's almost the same as the budget anyway, because of contractual obligations and a myriad of other things. All this does is say it gives them one more chance to say no to a tax increase. So I don't think that we're abrogating our responsibility, or we're deflecting it back to the taxpayers, because at our level, we don't get involved in the rate setting for the towns, for the state representative level. All we're doing is saying to the people in the cities and towns, we're going to give you one more chance to approve or not approve the tax increases being proposed by the municipality. I hope that answers your question.
A follow-up, Mr. Chair?
Please go ahead.
No, I understand. But we have to work together. The state downshifts to the counties and the cities and the towns. So that is our role, or I see myself as, facilitating that, or advocating for my constituency, not downshifting. And tax rates are set local level, I understand that. But how we facilitate, state has a big say in how it facilitates, how it directs. So from that angle, I feel that this kind of takes me out of that responsibility.
Okay, I'll take that as a question, I think. I'm glad you said that. Well, first of all, two things. I'm sure you probably understand that you and I probably disagree fundamentally on the whole downshifting thing, but that's good though, because this would give us that conversation. We've been having that debate between one side and the other about downshifting and whose responsibility is. It's been going on for decades, and it will continue to go on after you and I are no longer in the House. I think it's time that we stop kicking the can and we force ourselves to have the conversation. So if municipalities can no longer raise revenue, however, to whatever extent they want, while we fight about who's going to pay for it, we're going to have to be forced to the table. And it's going to force us to come to some kind of an agreement on how to help municipalities. If we just continue having the finger pointing, downshifting, well, no, it's your responsibility argument, it's just going to continue on forever and ever. While in the meantime, as I said in my opening statement, senior citizens are being forced out, young people can't move in, the taxes are just too darned high. To borrow a statement. So I think that it's good that we have that debate about whose responsibility it is, but the people who are suffering while we debate are the citizens. So all I'm saying here is let the citizens have a chance to say, no, we're not paying for that. Now, you who I elected, figure out how to help us. Because in the meantime, all that's happening is the cities and towns just keep saying the state's downshifting, we have to raise the taxes. And the state's saying, well, we don't have any money, and to raise the money, we'd have to raise taxes on businesses. So while we have that debate, let's save the citizens, and it'll force us to have that debate.
Thank you. Let me take a moment here just to look at my screen. I'd like to see some thumbs up, the quality of the sound that you're hearing. Can you hear me well? Can you give me a thumbs up if you can hear me? Good, okay, thank you. And look, we have several representatives on the committee who are in queue to speak. We'll be going to Representative Power next, and then Representative Gilman, and then we have several more who are queued up. So let me just suggest that at this point in the process, we should be asking those who are testifying any questions to help us understand the bill and the intent of the bill. And the time for debate of the bill will actually be during the executive session. So as emotional or as passionate, I guess is a better word, as many people are around some of these issues, I would ask you to try not to debate the issue with the individual that's testifying. Just ask questions about the bill to get a better understanding of it, and we'll have a healthy debate during the executive session. So at this point, I'd like to go to Representative Power, and then we'll go to Representative Gilman after that.
Thank you, Chairman Dolan, and thank you, Representative Roy, for taking my question. I have two questions, and I'm happy to go to the end of the line on my second question. That would be up to the chair. So my first question is with regard to the override. Representative Roy, could you qualify what the override would look like? Is there a statute to reference? I'm aware of a tax cap override as well as the 10% rule override. Could you, explain what the threshold would be for that override vote? Thank you.
I believe, as written in the proposed amendment, it indicates that there will be a ballot election to vote on the override. So if a town suggests a tax increase for whatever reason, they would create a ballot with that question on it, and that would clearly explain the amount of the override and why.
Yeah, thank you. I do see that it's a 2/3 threshold. That was my oversight. Yeah. And should I go to the end of the line for my second question, Chair?
Follow up right now.
So the second question is, I was just wanting to understand the rationale for the two provisions in the bill, one for the general, I guess, taxpayer or public, and the second one for the certain disabled citizens and those older than 67 years old. Why the difference in the 2% and the 1% tax cap, if you will?
Sure, thank you for that question. The way I see it, and many of my constituents have voiced this to me, is that when you have a job and you're gainfully employed, you can reasonably expect or hope to get raises, to opportunities to increase your income, to at least match, if not exceed, the property tax increases. When you are a disabled person living on Social Security, or you're over 67 and retired living on Social Security, you're on a fixed income. There are no increases. If there are, it's less than 1%, and if you have a 1% increase in your income and a 5% increase in your taxes, you've actually lost money. So I picked people who are on a fixed income with no opportunity to increase that. So a disabled person can't say, you know what, I'm going to go out and get a second job so I can afford these taxes. They're not allowed to work, or they can't work. A senior citizen, same thing. Someone who's worked 30 and 40 years and finally made retirement, they're on a fixed income and they just have no way to increase their income to match the property taxes. That's why I made their cap lower than people who work or at least assumably are able to create more revenue.
Thank you. Next, we have Representative Hillman, and after that, we'll go to Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Roy, for taking my question. I would like to clarify that this bill says that the tax cap is on the actual amount of taxes paid, not on the tax rate. Is that true?
Yes, that is correct. It's on the actual tax from the year before, not on the tax rate. The rate is set totally separate than the actual taxation amount.
Follow up, Mr. Chair?
Please go ahead.
So if that's the case, are you concerned at all about decrease in the services that a town can supply because the revenue is flat or not enough to cover what we currently have?
Well, I would, let me speak to it as a citizen of my town. Yeah, if it was put to me as a citizen and a voter saying, look, if we can't raise 3% this year, we're going to lose a cruiser, we're going to lose an officer, we're going to lose a fire truck. That would be something that would concern me, and that would be something that I would talk to my family and community members about. And we as a community would decide whether or not to override the cap so that we could maintain the level of services that we have. But I would also want, as a citizen, to be able to say, you know what, I think that while that service is important, it's not important enough for me to not be able to afford my Medicare this year, my medical insurance this year. You know, as a senior citizen, a lot of our senior citizens are making choices between food and heat and things of this nature. So it's you know, it's, I don't want to say it's easy for us, but it's easier for us to sit back and say, well, you know, we need to have these services. But there are people out there that are literally heating their houses with their oven because they can't afford the oil bill, and they want to pay their taxes because they'll lose their house. So I mean, these are tough conversations and tough decisions to have, and I don't want to make light of them. But we have to do something to let the citizens at least have a say. If they decide, you know what, we need that service, we want to raise the tax, they can do so. But it also says lets them have the ability to say no.
Thank you.
To next, and then Representative LaSalle.
Thank you for taking my comments and question, Representative Roy. First, I'd like to disclose a couple of things. One is I am an alderman as well as a state rep. I'm an alderman in the city of Nashua. I'm also one of those people that, not currently, thank goodness, but who has heated my house with wood burning stoves and kept my food on a side porch because I didn't, during the winter time, because I didn't have enough money to fix a refrigerator. So I truly do understand. I'm also on a fixed income, so I understand what elderly, disabled, etc. people go through. My comment or question, I should say, is two things. Well, I do have one more comment, and I apologize for taking so much time, but the tax rates actually are set by the DRA in Concord. And yes, it is based on the budget that is submitted by the city, but it is, the rate itself is actually set by Concord and not by the city. The taxes that are paid include the tax rates for the schools, the tax rate for the county, and then the tax rate that's set by the DRA for the cities. Now, having said that, I can tell you that in Nashua, quite often, and I'm sure this is through the entire state, municipal elections don't bring out a lot of voters. People who are passionate will come out. So my concern is that you mentioned right up from the beginning that sometimes citizens aren't knowledgeable about town meetings. Well, that's a town meeting where they can vote on a budget and so on. In the cities, the municipalities, it doesn't quite work that way. We would literally have to have a special election to kind of get this on a ballot, or it would have to wait 2 years for the next ballot. Has that been taken into consideration, that the lack of citizen participation oftentimes in the municipal elections, as well as how you would have to put this on the ballot to override? I guess that's my comment, and thank you for taking my question.
Thank you, Representative Klee. Actually, I did take that into consideration regarding voter participation, and I actually hope this would drive up voter participation. I think that if the voters actually had a choice to say, hey, if you don't show up at the polls, your tax is going up, and if you don't show up, you had a chance. So I hope that it would actually drive higher participation, greater interest in what the towns and cities are spending the money on, and actually drive citizen engagement, and maybe in a positive way. They might learn, you know what, my taxes are going to go up because they need this or they need that, and they go look and they say, you know what, they do need this. I actually, now that I look at it, whereas before they may have just sat home and said, yeah, they're always asking for something. So I hope that it drives a greater civic engagement and greater participation at the polls. With regard to passing it, and I'm actually a member of my municipal budget committee, so I kind of have an idea of what this is too. As far as special elections and things like that go, I'm not sure as far as how the city works with regard to their budget, if the city, if they vote on your budget or not, or if it's just passed and that's it. I know in the town, we vote on the budgets. So it really would just be that if they knew that the budget was going to exceed the 2%, as part of the regular voting, they would just put that on the ballot, and that would be that. I'm not sure if the city would require a special election to do it or not. But again, keep in mind that if we pass this, the citizens get to decide whether they want this or not. So if they decide, that's too complicated or too expensive to do it, they won't do it. Thank you.
May I have a follow-up, Mr. Chair?
Please, go ahead.
Thank you so much. I guess my follow-up would be on the surface, we often say that the citizens aren't quite as educated, and they listen to us, they listen to advertisers and so on about. So if you're hit with, do you not want your taxes to go up? I think the average person, this is my opinion, but would say, no, I'll do anything to make sure my tax is going up, not understanding the ramifications. And then again, once that ramification hits, we have to cut services, et cetera, because we can't go up more than 2% overall and 1% on senior citizens. And I can tell you from my district, I have a lot of senior citizens that we give senior citizen credits to, and so on. So we reduce their taxes. I'm afraid that we might have to get rid of that if we did something like this, because this in fact would do that. But don't you feel that anybody would, and I guess it's a rhetorical question, want to save money and therefore might vote their wallet versus what may be considered common sense?
Let me interject here. Remember, this is the point process.
Sure.
And we're not offering our opinions, bill, debate the bill with the presenters. I know people feel strongly about this, so
I apologize.
please try to form your comments. And
I apologize, Mr. Chair. I
know how passionate
Thank
this issue is, and I understand that. But I just as you're about to speak, especially those that are still on the list, try to form your comment in the form of a question, as opposed to here's my opinion of the bill and so forth. We'll have plenty of time during executive session to go through how we feel and the opinions of that. So I don't mean to interrupt Representative Klee. I just want to try to make sure that we stay on track. Did you have some final follow-up you'd like to offer?
No, and I would like to apologize for having interjected an opinion. I do know better than that. But thank you very much for the time.
I'd be happy to respond to her last question. With regard to the citizen education and stuff, I would hope that this bill, I think it's our job, part of our job is to be educators, if you will, in civics for our constituents, rather than say, I'm afraid you really don't know the ramifications of what you're going to do, so I'm going to do it for you. I think it's our job to say and explain and educate our constituents on what we do and the ramifications of a vote. I guess I'd call it campaigning. So yeah.
Hey, thank you for that. I would inform our technical assistant, for viewing purposes, we're going to next go to Representative Lascelles, who's here, and then we'll go to Representative Treleaven.
Thank you, Representative Roy, for taking my question. My question concerns the basis of the limit, the cap, on the previous year's taxes. We just went through a revaluation in my town, and based upon the revaluation, some people's taxes went up, some people's taxes went down. If you base the tax cap on the previous year's taxes, in some cases, people who had a revaluation that went down could possibly be hit by a bigger tax, while somebody's revaluation that went up wouldn't be eligible for any tax increase. So how would that work?
Well, if I'm understanding your question correctly, I think if a tax in a previous year, for example, was $1,000, the next year's tax could not increase by more than $10. That would be a 20%, if I'm doing math right. So regardless of if someone had a decrease the year before or not, the question is, what could the increase be the next year? And that's all that this would control is the increase for the next year, based on the previous year. So if someone's taxes went up or down the year before, I think that it would be irrelevant to the amendment, because it only addresses how much the increase would be for the current year.
Thank you. Next, I give the microphone to Representative Treleaven, and then after that, Representative State.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Roy, for taking my question. I noted in your intro that you mentioned dealing with the ever-increasing property tax. And I'm wondering if you considered any other alternatives, because from my point of view, where I sit here reading the bill, this deals with a small number of people in our state to attack what is a very large problem for a lot of people in our state. And I'm wondering if you thought of any other alternatives besides this specific one.
If I could start with a question. When you say a small number of people, could you explain what you mean by that?
Well, the majority of our population is not senior citizens, and the majority of our population is not disabled people, although they are prevalent in our state. By a small number, I meant a specific subset of citizens, senior citizens, and disabled persons.
Well, sure. The amendment covers actually everybody. It freezes cap at 2%. The 1% cap is for senior citizens and disabled people.
Excuse me, I misunderstood. Thank you very much. That's all I need.
Okay, thank you.
Next, we'll have Representative Davis, and then Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Roy, for taking my question. It's a two-part question, really. And the first part is questioning your reference to Massachusetts Proposition 2.5. Massachusetts also has an income tax, isn't that correct?
Yes.
So property taxes is not the only source of revenue that the state derives.
Yes.
Yes. So I just wanted to clarify that from my own memory of living in Massachusetts many, many years ago. and for others who may not be aware. Secondly,
Could I answer? Could I expound on my answer, please, Theodore?
please, and I'm sorry to interrupt.
No, that's okay. Being a refugee from Massachusetts myself, I can speak to some. They have quite a few revenue streams: property tax, sales tax, excise tax. There's taxes for everything, but your municipalities do not benefit from your income taxes, other than state aid, which we also provide, and so the municipalities derive the majority of their income for their services and police departments and fire, et cetera, and schools from property taxes. So it is comparable in that aspect, but the state itself has much more revenue to dole out in state aid than we do. So yes.
Right, and to fulfill its obligations to the municipalities. My question has to do with, well, I'll just make it very specific to the city of Lebanon. The city of Lebanon has a very high rate of taxation. However, we are dominated by tax-exempt institutions. And one of those tax-exempt institutions is a hospital that serves all of the people of New Hampshire, Vermont, Maine, and many in Massachusetts. How would this constitutional amendment affect municipalities that are dominated by tax-exempt institutions? And Lebanon is not the only one. And those tax-exempt institutions serve many more people than the people who live in those municipalities.
Well, the amendment doesn't address taxation for people who aren't taxed, so it really wouldn't impact that at all. But it sounds like that would be a different piece of legislation that would need to deal with tax exempt organizations. But this is only for people, residents who pay taxes. And since those organizations don't, it really, maybe I'm missing the point of your question. I'd be happy to take it again if I'm not answering your question.
Well, I guess the point of my question is that there are municipalities in New Hampshire whose tax base is affected by the presence of tax-exempt institutions that serve the entire population of the state and other states as well, not just by individual taxpayers.
Can you format that into a question?
Well, I believe I did. And my question originally was, how did Representative Roy, how do you see municipalities like Lebanon that have a substantial amount of tax exempt property in them, as well as high numbers of elderly and disabled people paying high property taxes? How do you think this constitutional amendment might affect those municipalities that really have no control over a lot of the land under their purview?
Well, I guess I would stick with my original answer that it wouldn't change the landscape of who pays tax and who doesn't pay tax. If there's an issue, and this is, again, I'm happy to have these conversations because it makes us talk about revenue streams, and if there needs to be legislation to fix that tax exempt issue, then let's have that discussion too. But I don't think your senior citizens and disabled folks should have to carry the weight when you have an organization like that could pay more taxes and help them out. So again, let's save them while we figure out what to do. And this forces us to have that conversation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next we're going to go to Representative McDonald here in the LLP, and then Representative Mangiore.
Thank you, Representative Roy, for taking my question. Doesn't the power to do what your bill wants to do as far as setting the percentage list within the local communities, if someone was to do a warrant article and having the people vote on that to limit that increase?
Representative McDonald, I guess getting some indication that there's some trouble with the audio. If you maybe a little bit louder for that microphone that's across from you.
Thank you for taking my question, Representative Roy. Doesn't the power to do what you want to do in your bill exist within the local community? If someone, a group of 25 or more people, 20 people want to do a warrant article to limit the tax rate going up 2% or 3%, couldn't they do that locally rather than having a constitutional amendment?
I'm not sure whether that would be legal or not, but let's assume for the sake of discussion it is. In the very next election, 25 more people could come back and change it back again or raise it even higher. What the amendment would do would take that out of, and again, especially for towns where you have town meetings and there's a whole, it's an interesting culture. There's a whole strategy behind town meetings, dragging them out as late as possible to see who goes home before calling certain votes. And a lot of that's complicated, and it's very New England, and it's awesome, but it's difficult on senior citizens, disabled people, to sit at a town meeting all night to make sure that their taxes don't go up. So I agree with you. In principle, a town could set a warrant article to freeze their taxes. I'm not sure about the legality of it, but the very next town meeting, it could be reversed. And if you can't keep that number of people there to make sure that doesn't happen again in the middle of the night, that's what you end up with, which is why I feel like if it's in the Constitution, it sets running rules for municipalities, and it puts the power back in the citizens' hands and lets them decide whether or not they actually need an increase or not.
Good.
Yes, thank you.
Representative Maggiore is next, and then I believe we have Representative Trelevin that has her hand up for another question after that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Roy, for taking my question. I am one of the selectmen here in Northampton, and I've sat on the collective bargaining agreements for my town and the school. And I'm curious if this tax cap could put us at risk of running afoul of bargaining in good faith. If for some reason the town felt that if we could not execute, or if we could not negotiate a contract because of the approach to that number, could we be in some legal trouble and considered that we are not bargaining in good faith? Have you considered that, or do you see any risk there?
I actually have considered that. Interesting short story. When Proposition 2.5 passed in Massachusetts, I was a wee lad, and my father was a police officer. And I remember the police union fighting that tooth and nail, and all the unions fighting it because of they had mandatory arbitration, I believe, at the time. And what happened was once this passed, there was no question about bargaining in good faith, because it's simply the Constitution prohibited any raise that would go over that cap. So the Constitution would supersede anything contractually or bargaining in good faith situations like that, because you just don't have the ability to bargain any higher than that.
Thank you.
And next we have, before we go to Representative Trelevin, after her, I'd like to go to the public. So if there's anybody that wants to speak that the public, maybe you're not listening in through the Zoom software, if you're just listening in over the telephone, you can raise your hand and indicate to me that you want to speak by hitting *6. So Representative Maggiore, our technical expert, will look out for that. And in the meantime, we'll go to Representative Trelevin on additional questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Representative Roy, for hearing me again. And sorry for my misunderstanding. I've only read the bill like 16 times. What I want to ask, what my real question at the base of all of it is, did you think of any alternative methods to deal with our ever increasing property taxes here in the state of New Hampshire?
Yeah, I've actually I've thought a lot. It's probably all I think about since I've been elected, is how to fix this. And I'm sure the same applies to everyone I see on this Hollywood Squares in front of me. The question is, do we need a new revenue stream? How do we handle it? But while that debate, I think, is for us to have, and for us to have rather quickly. And I think that this constitutional amendment will force us to have that debate, because you're going to have people saying, hey, we need to raise taxes more, and we need to have this service and that service. And you're going to have people saying, hey, this is great, we don't need any more taxes. I feel like this will force us to finally stop kicking the can down the road and figure out how best to handle funding issues in this state. That at the end of the day, while the red and the blue team are up here kicking each other, the people down there are having so. I mean, it just breaks my heart to see senior citizens have to sell their family home. I just, it really makes it difficult to sleep at night to see senior citizens in a grocery store having to put cart items back because they're like, geez, I can't afford that this week, knowing that municipalities are taking that money. And it's just, I think we need to put the brakes on this while we figure it out and force ourselves to figure it out.
Follow up, Mr. Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Representative Roy, I hear you loud and clear. Yet I wonder if changing the constitution of our state is the actual way to start a conversation about how we support one another.
Is that a question?
Yes. Is changing the constitution of our state, mandating something for our entire state, the way to start a conversation?
Well, I'll entertain that. I think we've tried to start the conversation, haven't we? Over and over and over again with different, do we need a sales tax? Do we need an income tax? Do we need this? Do we need that? We've had these conversations and we've had them for decades. And both sides have an opinion, and we're pretty well entrenched in our opinions, and the line doesn't move. In the meantime, while we're having a conversation at this level, the people who are living at the real level are suffering. So I think we can take a pause in our never-ending conversation to help them out, and just maybe that'll force us to no longer. Someone's gonna have to cross the line somewhere, and we're gonna have to figure out a solution.
Thank you for your answer.
Thank you.
We do have a couple more representatives that have additional questions, but just let me hear from Representative Maggiore. Do we have anyone queued up from the public?
We do not, Mr. Chair.
Okay, then let's go to Representative Gallagher and then Representative Porter.
So, my question's about the severability of different provisions within the amendment. I'm just, hearing both sides of this debate. I'm wondering about potential avenues towards compromise, and I support disability rights, so I'm glad you made a carve out to give disabled people a lower rate. But I'm also sensitive to the concerns that my colleagues have raised. So I'm wondering if you'd be open to amendments to your amendment to say, just do the portion for people with disabilities, or if you're insisting that it has to pass as written.
Well, thank you, Representative, for the question. As you know, that it's your bill now. So if you choose to amend it, that would be up to you. I would rather see it stay as written for everyone, because what you end up doing then is you end up, in my opinion, you end up kind of pitting people against each other. Trying to get to that level where I don't have to pay the tax anymore, and then they vote kind of with no skin in the game, and everyone else's taxes continue to go up and continue to go up and continue to go up. So you'll have senior citizens and disabled people and other people who have that low cap continuing to vote for increases on people who don't. So I think it's kind of an all or nothing kind of thing, but I appreciate the thought and question.
We are over time on our schedule. We've been at this for a little over an hour. But
I talk too much. I'm sorry.
So I'm gonna allow us to continue to work on this. We're just going to be pushing our schedule a little bit. So next we have Representative Porter with an additional question, and then Representative Klee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll be brief. I'm wondering, Representative Roy, I live in a property poor town, and I'm wondering, so sometimes we have difficulties maintaining levels of services that make us an attractive town for people to move to and for businesses to come to, because we are struggling to keep services afloat and schools good without overburdening our taxpayers, but we still do overburden our taxpayers, and I agree with you on that. I'm wondering if this constitutional amendment were to pass, if it's going to be, do you think it would set up a system of have and have not towns, where towns that are doing well and can continue to attract people versus towns like Hillsborough that have a problem with that?
So I'm sensitive to that issue because ever since I came to the legislature last term, I've heard that, property rich towns, property poor towns, and that's an interesting debate to have. But I feel like it may actually help because it gives your citizens the ability to say, okay, we can't afford this, so we're going to vote that down, or we actually need that service. It lets them decide what they can afford and what they can't. So for someone who's interested in moving to your town, they're not necessarily going to move in saying, wow, their taxes are going to be ridiculous because they don't have a big base. It lets them say, well, we can go in there and we can help control the tax increases. But I think that the question of equity among properties in towns is really a different one. This is kind of neutral in that it's a flat rate across the state for every citizen to vote or accept or not. But I do appreciate that situation.
Thank you.
Okay, we have one last question from Representative Klee.
Thank you, and I will try to be brief as well. I started mentioning earlier that municipalities such as Nashua does give senior citizens exemptions, veterans tax credits, disability, blind, deaf kind of exemptions, and tax credits as well. So my question is, in all of those cases, there's criteria that they have to meet. For instance, they have to be over the age of 70, and we do it graduated and so on for the senior citizens. Would this 1% for senior citizens and disability have any criteria, or are you just proof of age and proof of disability?
Yeah, that would be it. There'd be no other criteria. I think a senior. I mean, let's be honest. There are some well-off senior citizens. There's probably some well-off disabled people, but we can also probably agree that's not the norm or the majority. So for a senior citizen on Social Security, and as we know, most companies don't have pensions anymore. A lot of them, that's their only income. Even though you have that tax credit where they get $600 or $1,000 or whatever it is off their total bill. As you increase taxes every year and their income does not increase, that benefit is great, but it doesn't affect them or help them in the real world where they're on a fixed income and their taxes keep increasing, but their revenue doesn't. So it kind of like me saying, okay, Representative Klee, you owe me $200, but you know what? I'll knock $100 off, but that doesn't do you any good if you only have $50. So I feel like, I'm cognizant that we do have tax breaks and credits for veterans and senior citizens. But as we keep increasing taxes, those benefits that we offer are really of no help once the tax rate itself becomes beyond their ability to pay based on their fixed income. Does that answer your question?
May I have a follow-up, Mr. Chair? Thank you. Thank you. Representative Roy, yes, in some respects it does, but the current tax exemptions that I speak of with senior citizens would be set at an income level, and their home, the value of their home would not count towards that. So that would take into consideration the those with a low income that would lose them. I guess my question was more towards, I have constituents here who are senior citizens and own $1 million homes, literally own $1 million homes at value and so on. And my concern is that we would take that $1 million home and only give them the 1%. So this is a question. Were you considering those types of things when you set this? And that would mean a young family. I guess the converse of that would be a young family who doesn't meet those criteria would now be paying 2%, not necessarily owning a $1 million home.
Sure. I'll be happy to answer that. Well, first of all, let's be clear. This only addresses increases. So the $1 million tax on the $1 million home is going to be what it is. The increase, because they're over that age, would only be 1%. The young family's tax is what it is on their property, and their increase would only be 2%. I feel like the bureaucracy that we would have to create to vet every single person as a means test, and the shell game we'd start playing with money, and people, putting their houses in trusts and put it in their kids. I think it'd be much easier to blanket say the increase, because remember, the vast majority of our senior citizens are not living in $1 million homes. Many of them are living in assisted living. And God forbid, some of them are eating cat food because they can't afford to pay the heat in their house. So I hate to see them damaged with the because of the daddy warbucks out there who manage to live like that.
Thank you.
Thank you. I would say thank you, Representative Roy. We kind of put you through a marathon here and stuck with us for a little over an hour, and you've answered every question that was posed to you. So again, I want to thank you, and we're going to, at this point, close the hearing on this bill.
Thank you to everybody on the committee. It was a great discussion.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to take a break in a minute, but let me just have a couple of administrative comments to the committee. I handed out a couple of admonishments during this past hearing. Please, no one should take any of that personally. I was admonished several times last year by last year's chairman for the same issue. We have to make sure that during the hearing process, we are really asking questions of those that are testifying to get a better understanding of the bill and the intent of the bill. Especially with emotional issues that come before us, it's very easy to want to get into the arena and duke it out a little bit with some of the folks that are proposing these bills. But the time to do that is in the executive session with each other. And so I would just, again, especially as we tackle some of the emotional issues that are going to be coming up in our calendar, and let me tell you that it was with purpose that some of our early bills were not the emotional ones. We really wanted to try to practice our process and make sure that we understood how to use this Zoom process, especially without with some of the what I'll call easier bills or less emotional bills. But we are going to have some emotional bills and accompanying testimony coming up. So I would ask the committee to try your hardest that during the hearing that you form your comments in the form of a question, and let's hold off on the debate. We can have all the debate we want during the executive session if it's appropriate at that point. Again, please, nobody should take any of my comments personally. It wasn't meant that way. We all have to work hard on the issue of how our process works. Thirdly, the weather in Concord here is deteriorating, and I think if you've watched any of the news today, you know that it's going to continue to deteriorate. We have this Zoom process, the dial-up process to participate in meetings. I personally would like to see more people come in person, but that's a personal choice based on your own safety concerns. But those of people who are here in person, I would like you to consider your own personal safety in the fact that if you have a long way to drive home after we're done today, you might want to think about leaving early and participating through the Zoom process. That's fine with me, but also as a reminder, where our administration works with the Zoom process, if you leave after the hearings prior to the executive session, and if you want to participate in your, for example, on your car phone on your drive home, unless your image appears on the screen in the Zoom, you can participate, but you can't vote. So keep that in mind. If you want to leave a little bit earlier during the hearing process so that you're available to vote during the executive session, keep that in mind as you make your decision. But what is most important is your personal safety, and please don't risk that just because you want to be here in Concord with me. So I would ask you to think about that and make your own personal decision. Okay, with that, we are a little behind. Our next bill that we're going to consider is House Bill 64. But before we do that, I'd like to take a recess for about 5 minutes. And if you want to make a trip to the bathroom, or if you want to get something to eat, a snack or whatever, go right ahead. And we will reconvene at 25 minutes past 10 o'clock. Thank you.
Chairman Dolan?
Yes.
Hi, it's Representative Van, Peterborough 24. I just want to give you a heads up as you think about the schedule that I'm the prime sponsor for House Bill 189, which is the last bill we're taking up this morning. I'm going to recommend an ITL on that bill because it turns out that, just like my other bill, it turns out it's redundant and says the same thing as another bill that's coming before the House. So if that relieves your sense of pressure, I hope that's helpful to know. So I'm just going to get up and say we don't need it because there's another bill coming that does the same thing. And I'm going to recommend an ITL.
Thank you for that heads up. That will, what we can do is we can, if the committee is so fine, we can accept that one right away.
Right, that's what I was thinking, and that would maybe get us back on track.
Okay, well, thank you. So let's
Sure.
discuss for 5 minutes, and we'll start back up at 25 after the hour. And a reminder to those online and in the room, the mics will
No, lie down.
And if you're online, feel free to mute your video if you want to do something personal. That's right. How you doing? Okay. I have to go empty the container.
I have that thing that's, I guess it's the emoji. Let me get it. Okay. So I got this last night, and that's what I think I have to fill out. And I don't know how so far what we have. I have some of it, but I don't have all of the.
Yeah, the only ones we've done are the two.
I wrote down, hold on, yeah. See if I coincide with you. 383, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, 340.
IPL, yeah.
164.
Yeah, that's yesterday. Yeah. Yeah.
560. There was an amendment and a bill. So Representative Tripp okayed the amendment and got through.
Good. Okay, that was yesterday.
Yeah, it was yesterday too. So,
And this was the password.
right, same 560.
Yeah.
So who did the amendment for the 1 hour? Do you know? I mean, Florida said she was doing the majority. And I want to know who did the one.
For which one? For this one?
383. We started 383.
Yeah, but that was $19, so that would have gone on the consent calendar.
Okay, consent. Okay.
Yeah.
Same thing, consent.
Consent.
Same thing, consent.
Yeah.
Same thing, consent.
Yeah.
Okay. So the last one, 11 to 8. Who was doing the minority?
Representative Tripp. She even went on and
Majority was 11.
11.
It was well, let me check it out. That was 560, right?
Yeah.
Good morning.
Good morning, Representative.
Just to let you know, I'm here.
Thank you. Okay, so
Representative Maggiore. This is Marjorie.
Hi.
When I look on my screen that shows panelists and attendees,
Yep.
by my name, I have a blue button that says mute and then a button that says more.
Correct.
If I raise my hand, it doesn't show. It used to show when I raised my hands. I didn't used to have mute and more. Do you know what that's for?
So you still have the raise hand function down on the bottom of the screen?
Yes, I do, but when I hit it, it doesn't show my hand.
Huh. So you're hitting it now, correct?
Right now, I have hit raise hand.
We can
I
see
see that
it.
your hand is raised.
Okay. And I used to be able to see that my hand was raised. But now on my panel that shows who's there,
Yeah.
I'm blue. And next to me is a blue button that says mute and another button that says more.
More. What
When
happens
I
when you hit
press
the more
more,
button?
it
Yep.
says I rename or I can edit my profile picture.
So right, that's what it should say. Representative Power, do you have something to add to that might be able to help? Because it looks all good on this end. I'm going to ask Christina too.
I
Yeah, I
see
was-
Representative Power's hand up.
Yeah, I was just hearing what Representative Porter was saying, and so I was investigating so I could learn as well. And I'm seeing the same that she's seeing. The mute and then the more blue buttons, and when I press more, it's as she reports rename and edit profile picture.
And then so your hand is raised right now on the screen that I can see, plus on your tile. Can you see your hand raised?
Yes, I see a blue hand icon.
Blue hand icon.
Yeah.
For you see your hand raised, Representative Power?
Yes, I do. And I see a blue hand icon for you and as well as for Representative Van.
Okay,
Right, I
can
was checking this out too.
Yeah, I can see you and Representative Van. I cannot see a hand by me.
I'd like to have that edit photo option, because I'd like to put a photo there when I'm not there. And in some Zoom meetings, I have one that appears, but in the State House Zooms, it's just a blank screen. So I don't know how I get that choice.
So when you go to join the meeting, there's a dialog box that comes up that says test audio.
Right.
Have you all done that? And then there's other options like look, it has video and other categories. You could
Oh, maybe it's,
explore
yeah, maybe
those
it's there.
areas.
Thank you. That clarifies. I was wondering the same.
Representative Porter, I will do what I can
mean,
to help you out.
It's not a big deal, Representative. It's just, I can't see my hand raised or lowered, so I don't know if I forgot to lower it, and I
Well,
don't
okay,
want to
wait,
be a pest.
how
I'll
about
lower
this?
it now. I
Well,
just
no,
lowered
leave
now.
it up. Could you leave your hand up or put it back up, please? Did you get the message that I asked you to lower your hand?
Where would that have shown? I
Wait a minute.
didn't see.
You didn't see it.
May I also add something to that? So in the participant white box, where it lists all the participants and we see panelists in
Yep.
blue and then attendees
Yep.
in gray, well, at the bottom of that, I guess, screen, if you will,
Yeah.
the sidebar screen, down at the bottom, you should see invite, mute me, and raise hand. So if you toggle raise hand, then you'll see it change to lower hand. So perhaps
Yes.
Representative Porter, although you can't see the blue hand icon currently, you might be able to discern whether your hand is up or down based on the button, how it toggles. Do you see that on the bottom?
I do. Yes, I do understand that process. It just requires me to be vigilant in that little
Yeah.
box, and it's
Okay.
I can do that, but I don't multitask as well as the younger folks around me do. So.
Right. So additionally, I don't have the specific answer at this point in time, but when you did set up your Zoom account,
Yeah.
because I do see that you have your still picture,
Yes.
et cetera, and your name as you like it displayed, there may be some options in there that need to be set or unset.
Okay.
But maybe Representative Maggiore or Christina knows the answer to that better than I do at this point.
It's just strange because it wasn't like that when I got on this morning. I was fine and perfect the way everyone else is this morning. It just
Oh,
changed.
it just changed?
It changed within the last half hour or so.
Okay, I really encourage this kind of tech talk here. We're all learning, and those of us those who may be further along in the learning process are helping the rest of us. So I really do appreciate that. But I'd like to get now back to work here. We're going to take up House Bill 64 next. If you'd like to unmute your video or turn your video on, if you have turned it off, you can do that now. And unless you're called upon. Okay, I'm going to open the hearing on House Bill 64, which is relative to renewable generation facility property, subject to a voluntary payment in lieu of taxes agreement. Just as a note, payment in lieu of taxes, public listening, might hear an acronym called PILOT. That acronym stands for payment. So you hear that, it has nothing to do with aviation. It has to do with payment in taxes. So we have Representative Aaron on the line to introduce the bill.
We do, Mr. Chair, and I've asked Representative Aaron, Representative Aaron should be all set to go.
Okay, Representative Aaron, welcome. The microphone is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning to committee members. Can you hear me?
Yes, you're doing fine.
Thank you so much. And I'm happy to be here with you this morning. I bring before you today this bill, which seeks to fix and clarify a problem within RSA 72:74, payment in lieu of taxes for renewable generation facilities. The problem was identified by the Honorable Jim Grenier of Leominster last year during his auditing duties as town auditor in Leominster. The Honorable Jim Grenier alerted me, Representative Porter, and others regarding an issue with the way the Department of Revenue was dealing with renewable energy generating facilities valuation calculations for those facilities who have entered into pilot agreements with their municipalities. We tried to get this fix in last year when he found the error, but because of past deadlines and COVID complications regarding work on bills in the Senate, it did not make it through the process. Without going into too much detail, DRA had been including these facilities into their statewide education property tax calculations, although both RSA 76:8 and RSA 83-F:9 made it clear that they should be excluded from the education tax and instead taxed as utilities. Including them in SWEP calculations resulted in a decrease in state education aid to the communities where the facility is located, which means local property taxpayers saw their tax bills increase. That is what happened to the Leominster taxpayers when the renewable generation facility switched to pilot payments. The Honorable Jim Grenier was looking at adequacy estimates for 2021 last year for the town of Leominster. Leominster had recently changed to a pilot agreement with a local wind farm, and he saw that the statewide education property tax increased by 40% and caused a $60,000 to $70,000 decrease in adequacy funding for their school as a result. He discovered that the wind farm valuation had not been excluded from the tax base valuation as it should have been. The issue was discussed with DRA and Barbara Reed of the New Hampshire Municipal Association, Representative Marjorie Porter and Lauren Martin of Avatar, and they all determined that the language in this bill that I'm presenting needed to be placed in statute for clarity. So I'm simply making the statutes match up with each other for clarity by submitting the change to RSA 72:74(2), which inserts the line, quote, "but shall be excluded from the tax base used to determine statewide education property tax in accordance with RSA 76:8(1)A," end quote, to make it clear how the tax calculation is to be calculated in the case of renewable generation facility that has a pilot agreement with their municipality. With this in place, DRA can correctly calculate the necessary tax calculations as the statutes require for these pilot facilities, which impacts adequacy funding. It is important for the interest of fair taxation and the funding of students in Leominster and other towns that are affected, such as places like Groton and Antrim. Many of our towns may not have even noticed the problem and have been shortchanged on education funding as a result. So I ask you please to pass this bill through this committee, and I'm happy to take your questions. And I believe that Honorable Jim Grenier is also on the list of people to testify on this bill.
Yes, we have Representative Porter on the list and Representative Grenier here on the list as well. But would you take a question from Representative Mangiaputi?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you, Representative Aaron. My question is, does this apply only to the commercial or is it to individual residential generators also?
Well, I believe whatever facility is has gone into a pilot agreement and is a renewable generation facility. I don't know that it distinguishes between commercial or non-commercial. I would imagine they'd be commercial anyway.
Any follow-up?
I will hold back. Thank you.
Representative Porter, do you have some testimony?
I do, Mr. Chair, and I thank Representative Aaron. She did a wonderful job explaining what the problem has been and what the fix is. When when the legislature established the ability for renewable generating facilities to enter into these payment in lieu of taxes situations with communities they're in, it did create confusion for the DRA. And then Representative Grenier and I worked on the bill that supposedly fixed it. Evidently, we didn't fix it thoroughly enough for DRA. So this bill indeed does take care of what the problem is. And it doesn't impact my community of Antrim because they do have a wind farm. And to answer Representative Mangiaputi's question, utility properties are taxed differently than residential properties are. So any utility property is taxed in a different way than an individual would be to begin with. And this bill specifically states that renewable energy facilities like wind farms are utilities and to be taxed that way and not included in the statewide property tax. So if that helps you to understand it any better, and I'll be glad to answer any more questions too.
Thank you. Representative Mangiaputi, you have a follow-up?
Yeah. So that clarifies to a great degree. So there's no baseline as to what megawatt or kilowatt. It's just commercial.
It's just utilities.
Utility.
Energy utilities specifically.
Thank you.
Representative Mangiaputi, I know you'd be interested in the solution. Shows that we have 7 people for, 0 opposed.
Hey, Representative Dolan, we're having a hard time hearing you. Could you adjust your microphone? Not necessarily on your computer, but the one in front of you.
How's that? Is that better?
Oh, very much better. Thank you so much.
Okay, so what I was saying is that for those who signed in on this bill, 7, 4, 0 opposed. We have
power. Thank you, Chairman Dolan. The first comment is I'm having trouble hearing you. The audio is non-existent for me.
Can you hear me now better?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Yep, better.
Good.
All right. Thank you, Chairman Dolan. So I have a question, and I'm not sure if it's appropriate for me to ask the question at this point in time. It's just a clarification with regard to a definition. And the question is, it doesn't need to be answered if it's inappropriate. I was having trouble understanding what exactly is a payment in lieu of taxes. I don't understand what that is.
I will try to explain it. It's kind of weedy, and I would recommend that you do your research. You seem to be a good researcher, Representative Power. Some properties are not taxable. The hospital, for example, all the state buildings in Concord, the University of New Hampshire, those are all non-taxable properties. But many of them voluntarily choose to pay in lieu of taxes. They make a payment to the communities in which they're housed to help out with the the services that they receive from the community. Back in, I believe it was 2009 or 10 or one of those years, there was an interest in having more renewable energy properties developed within the state. And one incentive to get renewable energy properties established in the state was to allow them also to make a payment in lieu of taxes to the towns in which they serve. So instead of having somebody go in and assess the value of the property as they would any other property in the town, the renewable energy facility says, we'll pay you this much in taxes over the next 10 years in order for to be able to be in your community. It makes things more equitable, they thought, and it was an encouragement to get renewable energy developed in the state. And so that all happened prior to the time that I came into the State House. But the problems with DRA, because of that, needed to be solved because it did create some assessment and valuation problems countywide and school-wide, which is why Representative Grenier and I filed the bill back in 2014 to clarify and why this fix is needed. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you, Representative Porter. That does confirm my understanding. So in summary, this pilot agreement is it correct in stating it's a donation of sorts? Is there any level or is there any negotiation or conversation had to arrive at a particular dollar amount?
Yes, that happens within the town itself, between the town that's hosting and the renewable energy facility. So I know that the one in Antrim, the pilot payment is one of the higher ones that's around because that was what was negotiated. I don't know about Leominster. Representative Aaron might know that.
Perfect. Thank you, Representative Porter. I appreciate it.
Let me also offer some explanations and give you some examples of pilots to help people understand them that aren't familiar with them. Oftentimes, pilots are done as part of an intermunicipality agreement as well, because one town and one municipality really can't tax another town, but there may be some impact. One that I personally worked on because the town that I'm from, Londonderry, you may not realize, but the Manchester Airport is about 75% contained within the town of Londonderry. And so we've worked out, since we really can't tax Manchester, property tax wise, we have an intermunicipality agreement that contains a pilot with the city of Manchester so that the airport pays Londonderry a certain amount each year for the impact of the community. Another example is there is a 750 megawatt power plant in the northern part of Londonderry, just south of the airport. And we've negotiated a pilot with that power plant really for a couple of reasons. One, it benefits both entities. The power plant knows exactly how much they're going to be paying for several years out because it's a multi-year agreement. So they can plan their future business, and the community knows how much they're going to be receiving on the revenue side. So the town doesn't have to be confused about how much money they're going to get in tax revenue the next year. So it helps both the entity and the community with their planning in terms of tax payments and tax revenue. So that's another example of a pilot. Okay.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to correct one thing. You said 750 megawatt. That's a huge one. Did you mean 750 kilowatt?
No, this is a huge power plant. This is a 750 megawatt.
Has its own pipeline, natural gas.
It has its own natural gas pipeline that comes up.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, if you go by the Manchester Airport on the south side, you may see a steam plume that emanates from the plant, and that's what that is. It's right near the yogurt manufacturer that's there. Okay,
Mr. Chair, sorry to interrupt, but I see that Representative Aaron's hand is up, maybe in response to the question.
Yes, we go to Representative Aaron, but I'd also like after her to go to former Representative Grenier as to testify as well.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to say that for further clarification regarding pilot, I believe that Lauren Martin of Avatar may also be testifying today on this bill. So you might be able to direct that question to her as well.
Okay, thank you. Representative Najuri, do we have former Representative Grenier on the line?
I do not, thank you, Mr. Chair. I do not see Representative Grenier on the line by name or any other way that I can identify, but there are two people calling in. If Representative Grenier is either of the numbers that end in 345 or 681, and he would raise his hand, then we could recognize him. Otherwise, I do not see Representative Grenier on the list.
He is calling in.
He is, okay. 681?
Yes.
Thank you very much, Representative Grenier. You should be all set. You will not need to raise your hand, which is *9. So you'll need to *6 in order to speak.
You are
There we go.
Am I there?
Yes, you are.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, honorable members of municipal and county government, for hearing this bill. I do want to make just a couple of points based on a couple of questions. I worked long and hard with Representative Porter on this. Pilots came into existence to encourage the development of these utilities, and they are commercial utilities. They're not something that goes on at the home. One of the benefits of these to towns, of course, is revenue. And we say that towns need to have a commercial building or an industry to help with their taxes. This was that. The other thing that it does, and I think many people fail to know this, is that they generate $6.60 per thousand in state revenue. And that's another reason why utilities are not supposed to be taxed for the SWEP tax, because it winds up being double taxation. Now, I found this because, I don't know, this is the sort of thing I do, and I found it about a year ago. I have, I think, a written document that I sent. I didn't know that I needed to read through that. Mr. Chair, would you prefer that I just take questions now, or would you like me to read through that document? I would defer to your opinion on this. Sir, I can't hear.
Have you supplied that?
Yes, I sent it a long time ago, but maybe I best just read through it then if it's not clear that I've sent it. So I will do that. The purpose of this bill, is that okay?
Yes, it is.
I have.
Okay. The purpose of this bill is to clarify a language issue in RSA 7274 that has led to DRA failing to exempt many utilities, renewable energy facilities, from the state education property tax. As a co-sponsor of the amending legislation, HB 1549, attached, I have those things all together in a document. I know it was never the intent to eliminate the exemption of these utilities from the state education property tax, which I'll call SWEP henceforth. There was not language in that 2014 bill to eliminate the exemption, as several other statutes would have needed to be changed. It is important to understand the SWEP is used to determine the state adequacy funds paid to each town. The funds are collected and stay in district. There are some towns that receive no money because the SWEP raises enough revenue to provide an adequate education to be determined by the state legislature. Most towns do receive some level of fiscal support in addition to SWEP funds, which are SWEP funds are entirely local. When a town has an increase in SWEP revenues, all things being equal, there will be a one-for-one reduction in adequacy grant funds from the state, and thus a decrease in state tax burden. On the next paragraph, I go through a detailed description using the tax warrant for SWEP for Leominster and their tax rate statement, both of which are from DRA. I don't think I'm going to read that to you. It is available. I did send it. But the long and short of it is the way DRA is doing this is costing Leominster $42,882 for the fiscal year 2020. It should be noted that before Lemster entered into a payment of taxes with the local wind farm, the equalized value of the wind farm was never used to calculate the swept tax. While Lemster never really wanted to enter into a pilot, the legal costs of being pressured to do so, and I understand why the company wanted a pilot, they ultimately did enter into a pilot, and after that point, they got less money than they were getting in taxes, and then DRA now was taxing the town in the swept tax warrant for the wind farm. And how fair is that? I mean, really. So I hope you will support the bill and fix this inconsistency regarding the exemption from SWEPT and the subsequent loss of state adequacy grant funds for many towns with renewable energy facilities. And there are going to be a lot more in the future, particularly with photovoltaic. There are some big ones going up around here. These facilities are a plus for state funds at $660 per thousand from the state utility property tax. The present practice of taxing the wind farm is double state taxation, and I would implore you to not de facto punish the towns for entering into pilots, but pass this bill and clarify this inconsistency. One other point I want to make, because the question was raised, why would you do a pilot in some towns? Lemster had a very good site for a wind farm. The taxes were reasonably low, but have subsequently gone up. Towns that have high tax rates and a good site for any sort of renewable energy facility are going to be deprived of that opportunity unless you can do a pilot. The original wind farm had around $1 million a year in taxes just in local, county, etc. They couldn't exist that way. And ultimately, those numbers have come down, and there seems to be some reasonable future for the relationship between the town and the wind farm. One other thing is, when this started out, and I don't want to in any way sound negative to DRA, what they've had to go through in dealing with this and coming up with fair values and all is almost incredible. Maybe it is. So they have had to start with the first wind farm, which was Lemster, and subsequently we have comparative issues, etc. This is a minor thing that needs fixing. I don't believe anyone has any malicious intent. It's one of those things where I guess you folks call unintended consequences. So that's what I have to say about this. I do have that document present. I don't know why everyone didn't get it. I know it did go. So maybe someone's got it and can pass it around.
Yeah.
So if there are any questions, I'm more than happy to go on with this, although I know you're all busy.
And we do have the document. Okay, testimony. Do you have anyone else that indicated they want to speak?
I do not see anyone in attendees, Mr. Chair, who has their hand raised.
All right, thank you. I'm going to close the hearing on House Bill 64 and move to our next bill, which is House Bill 67. House Bill 67 on the sign-in sheet had 4 support, 9 opposed, and 1 neutral. And do we have Representative Marsh on the line to testify as the sponsor?
We do, and he is all set to speak.
Representative Marsh?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the Municipal and County Committee. It's a pleasure to join you again today. For the record, I'm Representative William Marsh, Carroll County 8, representing Brookfield, Wakefield, Ospey, Effingham, Moultonborough, Tuftonboro, and Sandwich. Despite my mailing address, I do not represent the town of Wolfboro, in which the deliberative sessions of the Governor Wentworth Regional School District are held. And I'm pleased to bring you today House Bill 67 on behalf of my constituents who feel their right of redress by bringing petition warrant articles before the voters has been compromised by the SB2 process. My constituent Diane Smith, who testified before this committee last year and I believe will be available to testify today, will tell you what happened a year and a half ago in the Governor Wentworth Regional School District, and I do not want to steal her thunder. But very briefly, her petition warrant article was rendered moot by an amendment at a poorly attended deliberative session held in Wolfboro, an hour's drive away for some of my constituents. In bodies operating under traditional rules per RSA 39.3, petition warrant articles must appear on the warrant without any change in the intended effect of the petitioned article. However, in bodies operating under SB 2, citizens do not have this right of redress. A petition warrant article may be rendered moot by amendment at a poorly attended deliberative session, which may be scheduled at a time and place inconvenient for certain citizens. This is exactly what happened in the Governor Wentworth Regional School District. HB 67 would restore the right of redress to citizens in SB 2 districts by requiring both the original and the amended warrant article to appear on the ballot. If both pass, the amended version would take effect, so there would be no conflict. My constituents ought to be able to bring their concerns before the voters. I urge you to restore my constituents' right to redress by voting HB 67 ought to pass, and I'll be glad to take questions.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for Representative Marsh before we go on to our next speaker?
Chairman.
Yes, Representative Guthrie.
Thank you. I really have to wait. Thank you for taking my question, Representative Marsh, and I miss being on the Health and Human Services Committee with you.
We miss having you.
Maybe so. My question is, how would you identify the amended article from the original article when it's in the warrant?
I believe that the selectmen have the right to identify things on the warrant. For instance, they can also say whether they recommend or do not recommend particular warrant articles. So I believe that the local selectmen would have the ability to identify it in whatever way they think is appropriate for whatever warrant articles might appear.
Thank you for taking my question.
Thank you. Next, we have, do we have Diane Smith on the line?
We do, Mr. Chair, and she should be all set to speak.
Okay, Smith, you're up. You may need to unmute you.
I did. Okay.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
All right. Am I on video as well?
No, you're not.
No.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Vice Chairman and committee members. I'm Diane Smith. I'm a registered voter and a taxpayer in Brookfield, and I support HB 67. And I am reading from the testimony, by the way, that I had submitted last Friday to you, but I would like to read it to you for the record. In 2019, I submitted 2 petition warrant articles to the Governor Wentworth Regional School District. The first petition warrant articles I had submitted to the district. Brookfield is the smallest of the 6 towns within the school district, which is spread over nearly 300 square miles. These articles, one for a tax cap on the annual increase of the local taxes supporting the school district, and one to establish an elected budget committee per RSA 195:12-A, were reviewed at the district's deliberative session held as usual in Wolfboro, where roughly 40% of the district voters reside. While Representative Marsh mentioned that it was a lightly attended meeting, it was lightly attended for voters outside of the district because it was a larger than normal attendance, and I'd been going to the prior deliberative sessions for the school district, with a large percentage of the voters present, being current or former school district employees, family members of same, or parents of enrolled children. Not surprisingly, amendments were offered to both petition warrant articles and subsequently accepted. The tax cap article had one simple amendment to modify the cap from 2% to 25%, excuse me, thus rendering the warrant article meaningless. The Budget Committee article was amended by wholesale changes so as to make the Budget Committee advisory, appointed by the school board, and with fewer members, thus nullifying the article's intent to have an elected body other than the school board to create the budget, which is what RSA 195:12-A is all about. The January-February 2013 issue of the New Hampshire Municipal Association's Town and Country magazine, under the legal Q&A section, offered the following assessment regarding amendments to warrant articles for SB2 towns and districts. And I quote, "One of the obvious consequences of this system is that it gives opponents of any issue a strategic advantage. Those who want to say no only have to do it once, either by altering the article at the first session or by voting no at the second session. Those who are in favor of an article, on the other hand, must attend both sessions and say yes twice. The traditionally low attendance at deliberative sessions creates some additional tension about the deliberative session's power to amend articles," end quote. I would also add, unlike an urban area organized under SB2, in large rural SB2 regional school districts where the larger town, like Wolfboro, is the hub and the location of the annual deliberative session, often the majority of voters live outside of that town and have greater impediments to participation in the deliberative session due to the greater travel distances and/or through inclement weather. As such, there is a much greater risk that fewer of the district's voter majority will be present at the deliberative session to address proposed amendments to warrant articles. Further, I would add that petition warrant articles are further disadvantaged in that they must surmount the SB2 institutional opposition as well as risk amendments to the article, which may render it moot or so twisted as to become the opposite of the presented article's intent. In my 2019 experience, district voters recognized both of my articles had been amended so as to be moot, and neither passed. But it is my understanding that in at least one other New Hampshire school district, where smaller member towns had wished to change the cost allocation formula to be weighted more heavily to allocation via equalized valuation through a petition warrant article, the article was amended to have the exact opposite effect and was subsequently adopted to the dismay of the towns already disadvantaged by the formula. Although a similar sentiment exists in the smaller towns of my school district regarding the cost distribution formula, no one dares submit a petition warrant article for fear of a similar reversal of intent via amendment from the majority at the deliberative session held in Wolfboro. The current statutes and case law regarding citizen petition warrant articles poses notable disadvantage and disincentive to voter influence on local government. When I realized the futility of effecting change in my school district, I stopped all my involvement in advocacy, and I now just pay my taxes. In the current environment, institutions win and democracy loses. I would prefer legislation that disallows any amendments to citizens' petition warrant articles. Nonetheless, I heartily endorse HB 67 as an excellent compromise that will allow voters the choice to support either the original or the amended petition warrant article. I respectfully urge this committee to support this bill and to recommend HB 67 as ought to pass. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you for your testimony. Can you stay to take a question?
Yes, certainly.
I believe Representative Porter has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a question. My understanding is, and SB2 was passed before my tenure in the legislature, even though I'm old. It's been around for a while. And the reason that it was favored by communities, I understand, is because they felt under the town meeting, the old town meeting provisions, not everybody was able to vote on the budget, to get to the meeting to vote on the budget. And by establishing an SB2 process, this would be brought forth to all the voters and they could all vote in the voting booth for the budget. And in order to do that, they set up this deliberative session where warrant articles could be proposed and changed before they were brought to the voters. So it sounds like in your school district, and my school district as well, adopted this SB2 because they felt it was more beneficial to the voters to be able to vote in the voting booth for a budget that was going to change their taxes. Is it possible in your, if in your district to get out of the SB2 and go back to a different method so that this, I mean, if you have such a long drive to get to Wolfboro and that sort of thing, it's obviously a disadvantage to you. Have you considered changing the method that the district uses? Just curious. It's a curious thing for me.
So can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate your suggestion. Given my experience with the school district and the institutional strength that it represents, and the incredible, I don't, as a citizen, I have absolutely no influence whatsoever, frankly. And, you know, given the ability for any change with the school board members that allegedly represent the communities that are on the school board, who have, I think that it's not plausible the way that the current system works to affect any change. That is my personal experience. I don't have a history of it operating under any other scenario, because when for as long as I've been familiar with the school district, it's been SB2. So I don't know how it would be possible or to even go back.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. You're welcome to continue to listen in on the meeting, but next we're going to bring up a representative from the NHA, Cordell Johnson.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go right ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, committee members. Cordell Johnston, representing the New Hampshire Municipal Association, and we are opposed to House Bill 67. I have sent a letter this morning to the committee explaining in more detail our concerns with the bill. The basic problem with the bill is that it would introduce into the town meeting process something that is really unheard of in any, as far as I know, any legislative body anywhere, that once a motion has been amended, you would then still vote on the original motion. And by analogy, if you think about the New Hampshire House of Representatives, if a bill is filed and then there's a motion to amend the bill and that motion passes, the House then votes on the amended bill. You would never go back and vote on the original unamended bill. That just doesn't make sense. The argument here, first of all, there's a suggestion that the process is, there's a big difference between traditional town meetings and SB2 town meetings. The only difference is that in SB2, it's a two-step process. Under RSA 39.3, it is true that whether it's a traditional meeting town or an SB2 town, a petition warrant article goes on the warrant without any changes. And in an SB2 town, the petitioned article as submitted, it goes on the warrant, and then at the deliberative session, it can be amended, just as in a traditional town meeting, it can be amended at the town meeting. So there is no difference there. The complaint that I'm hearing is the wrong people are showing up and voting at the deliberative session. And therefore, we want the legislature to essentially prevent what happens by a majority vote. If the petitioners don't want their amendment, don't want their article to be amended at the deliberative session, they have a way to manage that, which is by getting the right people to show up and vote. That is how the democratic process works. And this seems to be a local problem that people are asking the legislature to solve. Essentially, they're not happy with how the process has worked in their town. The problem is not the process. The problem is that some people don't like the results, and unfortunately, that's how the democratic process works. Apart from that, obviously, I think the idea of having two different questions on the same issue on the ballot that people ultimately vote on is going to cause significant confusion. You're going to put the original article and then the amended article both on the ballot and ask people to vote on both of them. That is really a formula for major confusion. I've put a couple of examples in my letter to the committee explaining not only how it could lead to confusion, but how it could lead to adverse consequences that would be unacceptable to the original petitioners. So, as I say, the problem can be solved by the petitioners getting their people to go to the deliberative session and prevent any amendment to their article. And if they can do that, the problem goes away. I would be happy to answer any questions that the committee has.
Thank you. We have a hand raised by Representative Tripp.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Johnson, I have a question about, I seem to remember that petition warrant articles, while they are amendable, they cannot be amended to nullify or the original intent. I don't remember where that is in the statutes, but I seem to remember that. Is that correct?
That is not exactly correct. What the statute says is that they cannot be amended to delete the subject matter. So they can be amended just as any warrant article could be amended to change the intent. For example, at my own town meeting last year, which was a traditional town meeting, there was an article, a petitioned article that says, shall the town continue to allow the use of ATVs on Class 6 roads? And that was amended, or it was attempted to amend it to say, shall the town no longer allow ATVs on Class 6 roads? Completely flipped the intent. That amendment is allowed because it doesn't eliminate the subject matter. It keeps the same subject matter, but it does change the intent. It reverses it, but that is permitted.
Oh, all right. Well, thank you. I would suggest to the sponsor of the bill that they take that tack to change that section of the RSAs if they're interested in maintaining the intent. And that's the only question I have. Thank you.
Are there any other questions from the public that I can't see on my screen? Representative Maggiore, our technical assistant, see any hand raised from the public?
I do not see any of the hands raised in the public, Mr. Chair.
Okay, with that being said, then I'm going to close the hearing on House Bill 67 and move on to House Bill 132. And House Bill 132 and the sign-in sheets for support or opposition, we have 18 supporters, 4 people opposed, and 3 are neutral. And I also wanted to add that Representative Van wanted to introduce this bill. So, I'm sorry, did I get that wrong?
Yeah, I think so. I think that the person who's the prime sponsor wants to introduce it if they're here. I just want to speak in favor of the bill, that's all.
I'll make a note of that. You just want to be a speaker.
Yeah, just a speaker, and I am speaking in the affirmative.
Okay,
Mr. Chair, I have recognized Representative Yokella to speak.
Okay, Representative Yokella, the microphone is yours. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, distinguished members of the committee. For the record, my name is Representative Josh Yokella from Rockingham 33, from Fremont, Danville, and Brentwood. I'm here introducing HB 132 relative to the acreage requirements for single-family housing. And to give a little bit of history on this, I work or I volunteer as on the zoning board of adjustment in my town, and I live on a property that is less than a quarter acre in a town that now requires a 2 acre minimum lot size for residential housing. And also, I have a lot of concern with the cost of housing in New Hampshire. And I think that one of the significant reasons for that cost is because of some regulations that essentially require large buildings and large lots to be utilized. And that my goal is essentially to create the opportunity for smaller lots and even smaller houses where people could be able to afford them on just normal wages. My home I bought for an amount that, you know, would mean that you would have a mortgage of less than $1,000 a month. And that is something that I think is relatively rare because of the so many lot sizes are so large that the cost of the land and the cost of the house on that land brings the mortgages and the cost of ownership outside of the reach of a lot of people. And so that's why I think a lot of people are, you know, especially younger people, are finding it hard to get out of and start on their own, living with their family for longer and longer, trying to save up to be able to live on their own. And so one of the ways that I want, one of the reasons why I believe that we are moving towards 1 and 2 acre lot size requirements in towns is, especially in rural towns, is to not overtax the resources in the ground. And so there's a lot of concern of, you know, overdevelopment making it so aquifers don't have the resources to provide water for all of the people in that area, or too many leach fields will, there's a lot of requirements for leach fields to have a decent amount of space and land to be able to adequately filter the liquid that's put out by those leach fields. So the original intent was to allow and actually encourage people to not utilize the ground resources in these areas, and to maybe allow people to build smaller homes and take advantage of the opportunity to not utilize the ground and as their waste disposal system in their area. This would not this would allow for people to have smaller lots and maybe have a homeowners association or town water as and sewer as their method of servicing those lots. And the original goal was to also allow for alternative methods like rainwater collection and gray water systems and stuff like that. And in my discussions with the department earlier today, you've seen an email talking about changing this language, and that would essentially eliminate the other methods of disposal. And I talked with them about this, and I'm actually in agreement that it kind of opens up a can of worms that we don't really need to discuss. And so an amendment has been drafted to accept their recommended language. And I hope that the committee will support the idea that if these properties are not utilizing the ground in such a way, that we should be encouraging that not utilizing the ground as their waste disposal systems, and have it treated in such a way that we have more control of it in an offsite facility, less room for failure. It's easier to regulate those and manage them. And so I hope that the committee will be willing to support this legislation. And I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
I don't see anybody's hand raised for a question. Does anyone have a question before I move on to the next speaker?
Chairman?
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. Representative Guthrie?
Thank you for taking my question, and thank you for bringing the issue before the committee. My only question would be, shouldn't this issue be before the individual planning board instead of by legislation?
Thank you for the question. I think that it could be handled by the towns, but I think that it's important that the legislature start recognizing that there are limits to what towns should be able to require of people's and limiting of their property rights. So I think that if they had a 5-acre or 100-acre requirement, those I think are unreasonable, and I think that the legislature should start putting some guardrails to say what is and is not reasonable. And I think that for properties where they are not utilizing the ground as their water source and sewage disposal system, that it is unreasonable for the towns to require unusually large lot sizes. And so this is not only a property rights issue and saying, okay, you guys have a reasonable reason to require 2-acre lots when you're going to be using that as a waste disposal system or for a well, but there needs to be guidelines, and also to encourage people to not to allow for properties to be cheaper, and so that it's within the attainable it's attainable by people with, you know, modest to moderate incomes, and not that home ownership is just for the wealthy, because the zoning board can do, or the planning board or the town can do whatever and put any hurdles that they so choose in the way of home ownership and home building.
Thank you. That's my question, Representative. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Melvin.
In my community, we're required to have 1.33 acres, and we are not serviced by, we're serviced by private well and private septic. Now, if you do this and you reduce the lot sizes to be able to be a 1/4 acre versus 1.33, would you be taxing it differently? Because the tax on, I have a 1/2 acre, and my house is on it as well as my business is on it. And I'm assessed $250,000 for that 1/2 acre. Would that reduce my taxes? And how is this going to affect the community if you turn around and have smaller lots with smaller houses? You're gonna cut down on the tax revenue coming in.
I'm sorry, I had a hard time hearing the question, but if I was understanding correctly, I think that the person the questioner said a 1/4 acre, but there's a 1/2 acre in the bill, and all of the lots for tax purposes are based on the size of the lot, and based on how much of value is there. If the lot is smaller, there will be a smaller amount for that given lot, but that could mean also that there are more lots and more houses in you know, a given acre. So instead of having one let's say house on 2 acres, you would have 4 houses on 2 acres. And so instead of the tax revenue coming from all one person, it would be coming from 4 people or 4 households. And so it wouldn't necessarily reduce the amount of taxes that a town receives, if I'm understanding the question correctly, but it was hard to hear. So.
Understanding it correctly, but where you have I've lived at my property for 52 years, so I'm a non-conforming use because I was there previous to the zoning. Now, if this was enacted and it was in a town that had town water and town sewage, and your lots, you see, our lots are a minimum of 125,000 that you have to pay. I don't care if it's a 1/4 acre, or 2 acres, or 5 acres. You're charged on a house lot valuation, and when you're commercial, they double. So how would this affect some people? I mean, I think the towns would be losing some sort of revenue because they're going to be dropping the lot sizes. They have to drop the value of the lot.
Representative Keller, did you hear the question?
Thank you. It was hard to hear the question again. Sorry for that. It sounded like that in the community that the questioner was talking about, there was a flat fee per lot. Is that correct?
Correct.
And so if you had more lots, then you would have more revenue.
No, if you have a half an acre, a third of an acre, or a quarter of an acre, you're gonna pay for the full 1.33.
Did you hear that?
Thank you. Yes, I can hear you much better. So you're saying that if you, no matter how big the lot is, that you get a flat fee. And so if you have more lots, then you would be collecting more money.
No, what I am saying is the lot size that I have is a half an acre. The requirements in my town for a new lot is 1.33 acres, which is an acre and a third. And they have a minimum tax of $125,000 per house lot. That's the way, and then they evaluate the house. And that's how they get the tax base for that piece of property. So wouldn't the municipalities be losing money?
Thank you for the question. No, in your example, if they have 125,000 and they have as the minimum amount that is taxable, then if you had more, a lot smaller than that, then they would essentially be getting more revenue, not less revenue. Or they would have to change the way that they set up their taxes. That they're under your current example, they would be making more money. The town would be making more money, not less money. So they would have to adjust their tax structure for them to be making less money, and that's a choice for that town.
Thank you for taking my question.
Absolutely.
Thank you. We have, next, we have several hands raised. We'll go to Representative Ayer next.
Why would you want to take the zoning away from the towns and give it to the state? All I see is a big mess. And developers coming in, instead of putting 30 houses in, they're putting 60 houses in. And our school is getting overrun. We have more roads to plow. And the taxes won't make up the difference because you're putting little small houses in. You won't collect the taxes that you could with the 2 acre. Every town's different. You know, we don't have water and sewer to supply the land that you're talking about. Not here in Raymond anyway. That's my question.
Thank you for the question. You're not taking away zoning power completely away from the town. That is not the purpose or even the language in this bill. This would only set some guidelines for situations where you are providing water sources or offsite water and offsite septic. So in the case that you gave an example, this bill would not apply to that because they wouldn't be able to provide water and sewer. And to address the issue of taking the guidelines and setting up some guidelines for the towns to say, okay, you're allowed to set a limit, but it can't be less than this. That's all we're doing. Or it can't be greater than this in this specific situation where you have town water and town sewer, or a community town water and community sewer option. You would not be able to require greater than a half acre. And that actually will, if you have smaller houses, then it's harder to have large families and et cetera, et cetera. So that wouldn't necessarily increase the amount of people in your school system. You might be having, just starter homes for people that don't have kids yet, or elderly homes. There's a lot of options there that wouldn't necessarily increase the burden on the schools. And also, if you have more dense population, then there's less roadways that you have to plow because the people are all congregated in one area. And so I think that that this option is a great one that we should definitely consider. Thank you.
Basically, you're still telling the zoning board what they can do. You're telling our town, this is the size of lot you can build on. This is what the state's saying. So all I can see is a bunch of lawyers coming in and saying, you got to run sewer over here. I mean, we don't have a lot of town water, town sewer. And to tell you the truth, we don't have the land, where that sewer and water is to build these small houses. And I don't think it would be feasible for a contractor either.
Well, we're not forcing the town to build anything, so that's definitely would not be required by this bill. But thank you for the question.
Yeah, I want to remind folks that in order to help me manage the meeting, I would ask you to have a follow-up, to ask Richard to have the follow-up question so that we don't get into debates during this particular part of the hearings. So next 3 questions will come from Representative Stavis, Representative Porter, and Representative Gilman in that order.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Yackello, for taking my questions. Question number 1 is in the wording of this bill, why not just say that housing that uses municipal water and sewer, as opposed to using the negative that does not use a well? What can you tell me what the rationale behind that is?
Yes, thank you for the question. The rationale is to allow for community well and septic, also not just municipalities. If it was run by an HOA where they own some private well and private sewer company, and they were attached to that, then it wouldn't necessarily be required to be provided by the town. It could be provided by a private source.
Except that it says that does not use a well. It doesn't differentiate between public or privately owned wells. So how would a planning board, thread that needle?
So the lot would not use a well or septic. So the placement of the well and septic, obviously, even municipalities are getting that water from somewhere. And so it's a differentiation between on-site versus off-site servicing is the intent.
So I do have a follow-up question. Thank you for that answer. If I may, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
At least I did. Oh, yes, I do. So as you may know, there is no state law in New Hampshire governing homeowners associations. So how would you set up a privately owned system of well or provision of these utilities under the structures of a homeowners association for which there is no legislative oversight?
Thank you for the question. I think it would just be a contractual one through when that development is set up. It would be in the example of a private servicing company, it would be set up when the development actually happens, that these people and these homes are going to be paying to a homeowners association, et cetera, for the upkeep of that, and pay for the offsite disposal and supply. It would be governed by private contracts, not by the government saying what those contracts should look like in the example of a private homeowners association.
Or whether they should be continued indefinitely, whether some board of directors of an HOA might come in and say, we're not going to do this anymore. There's nothing to stop them from saying that.
Thank you for the follow-up. It would be required that it would be indefinite, because otherwise you wouldn't be able to grow the lot sizes later. Right? So it would have to be perpetual for as long as this lot size is this size. Then, unless you merge the lots, then you would be having a different deed and different restrictions. But you would have to have it to be granted this specific lot size. Let's say if you had a 1 acre lot requirement normally, and you wanted to build this development, but it would be half acre lots. You would need to set up a system that guarantees that these houses will not be used as wells and not use on-site water sources and disposal. So it would need to be perpetual, not just for the first year and then they put a well on 1 year later, kind of a thing.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Next question will come from Representative Porter and then Representative Gilman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative, for listening. So I'm trying to get my head around this. Your bill would make it so that lot sizes could not be required to be more than half an acre if the lot is serviced by municipal water and sewer or another source of water and sewer which is off-site of the housing lot. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and can I have a follow-up, Mr. Chair?
Please.
My understanding, I live in the town of Hillsborough. I once lived way outside of town on 50 acres, had my own well and sewer. Now I live in town on a 1/4 acre lot with town water and sewer. The area around where I live, there's some still open land there, but not an awful lot that would be serviced by the town water and sewer. So under this bill, if somebody chose to build a house, or the town could not say that you have to have more than half an acre to put a house on where the town water and sewer is provided, but it would not impact the people outside of that area of town water and sewer. Is that correct?
Absolutely. If there was no offsite options, then they could require whatever the zoning or planning board decide. Yeah.
Thank you. One more follow-up, Mr. Chair. Sorry. So my understanding of the way things are in towns around the state, although I might be wrong on this, where there is town water and sewer provided, it's most likely in the already pretty densely populated areas of the town, rather than in the boonies where I used to live. So I can see an objection to this bill being that you're going to have the beautiful farmland is going to be overdeveloped. But am I right in assuming the current situation in towns would most likely that would be unrealistic? It would just be developing more into the areas of town that are already developed.
Thank you for the question. Yes, I do agree that in the places that have are serviced by the sewer and septic are going to be the densely populated parts of town, and it's going to encourage that, and it won't affect the places that are open space and not reasonable for, to put that sewer line out, 10 acres or whatever for one house kind of a thing. So yes, it's going to be.
Thank you. Thank you,
Yeah.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Representative Gilman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Yokela, for taking my question. Mine is a follow-up actually on Representative Porter's questions. I understand what you're trying to do to infill lots, make more taxable lots, so it would raise the revenues and lessen everybody's tax base. But it would also require an extension or additional water and sewer services for the new homes that would be on those lots. So my question is, those are separate funds. So yes, your taxes will go down, but your water and sewer rates may go up. And so my question is that set off, depending on the town, it may not be equal.
Thank you for the question. So this bill and even in any town is not required to put the sewer or septic. That would be a separate warrant article or a separate proposal by the town to say, okay, we're going to service this street with town water and sewer. And so, let's vote on that. It wouldn't require any town to say yes to that proposal.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right, our next question is from Representative Trelevin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for coming to testify for us today. I wonder if during your research for the bill that you discovered how many municipalities, towns, cities, communities offer a public water service system, water and sewer system in the state of New Hampshire. We have 234 municipalities, as far as I remember.
Thank you for the question. I did not find out all the different municipalities that have sewer and water, but I'm happy to do that research and get that information for you.
Thank you.
And just a note, Representative Tripp has joined the meeting, and I'd like to recognize him with a question. For a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, but my question was answered by another person.
Okay. We have a next question from Representative Mangiapudi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. You bring out a very good point in terms of addressing the housing crunch or crisis in our communities, but also have you considered or looked at communities that are self-sustaining, not in New Hampshire, but self-sustaining for infrastructure, density, and net zero communities? How would that impact, or what kind of impact that would have on the taxes?
I'm not sure I understand the question, but I will try. Thank you for asking. I'm very interested in alternative ways of living, so I do follow as much as I can this topic, and I want to encourage the other alternative ways of utilizing land and utilizing resources. And I think that this legislation would help encourage that, and especially in the time of people wanting to use less and less resources, that it would encourage that, and and foster innovation on how that could be attained in a small area. And I think that that innovation is ongoing as we speak. And I think that it will help communities in a myriad of ways. And it would be presumptuous of me to say all the ways in which it could be beneficial. So thank you.
Next, we have Representative Maggiore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. Does your bill still provide for the local planning board? I happen to sit on the planning board in my town. Still grant them the authority to set setbacks, vegetative buffers, and all the other buffers that exist on a piece of property or on a piece of land?
Thank you for the question. Absolutely. Those safeguards are generally accounted for when you're going to be setting up these lot size so that there would be a buildable area. But obviously, when you're going to a small area, if you're worried about setbacks and if you have water resources on that property, that can limit the buildable area. And so this bill would not limit those restrictions or the zoning or planning board's ability to place those restrictions and safeguards on the land. But thank you for the question.
Okay. Next, we have Representative Van to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for letting me speak to this bill. I'm actually grateful to be the second person because I think there are some things about this bill that I can help clear up. For example, the purpose of this bill is to address two issues. One of them is the ability to create a smaller house on a smaller lot in a place that is served by either municipal water and sewer or some kind of district water and sewer. And those two things are important because, as we know, we have DES regulations about lot size for on-site water and sewer. Although I will tell you that on-site water and sewer, on-site water and septic can be provided safely and effectively on a lot as small as a quarter acre, according to the Department of Environmental Services. So first, I'd like to talk about this for why this is good for a town. This is good for a town because what it does is encourage smaller lots with smaller frontages. So why does that matter? If we're talking about infill, which in large part we are, because as Representative Porter pointed out, the primary places that are already served by water and sewer are, of course, the existing town centers. So in lots of towns, even though lots are served by town water and sewer, the minimum lot size in some zoning districts is an acre. There's no sanitary reason for it to be an acre. It's a vestige, I'm sorry to tell you, of redlining and exclusionary zoning. It makes the lots unnecessarily expensive, and from the point of view of the town, it makes the frontages too long. And why does that matter? Because for every foot of paved road in a New Hampshire town, it costs approximately $4.65 per centerline foot every year for annual maintenance. That's salt, sand, plow, ditch, and mow. That's not paving, that's not repaving, that might be patching a few potholes. So when we have lots which are an acre, then we'll call it a 40,000 foot lot. That's a builder's acre. And most of those lots in those districts also require 100 feet of frontage or even 150 feet of frontage. So you can do the calculation as fast as I can. For every one of those lots that has 100 feet of frontage, the town is encumbered to spend $465. So if you have a house across the street, of course, it's half that, but that's still $230 a year to salt, sand, plow, ditch, and mow that foot of that 100 feet. So, and if you have 150 feet, again, you can do the math. So by allowing smaller lots on existing streets with water and sewer, we reduce the per foot cost per house, as it were. So, for example, if I have a lot that is, it's an acre lot, and the house is placed on the lot in such a way that I could divide it and maintain the setbacks, as noted by Representative Maggiore. So, if my house is now worth $400,000 and I have 100 feet of frontage costing the town $230 a year, I can divide that, and my house is still worth the same thing it was before. I put another house on the lot next door to me, the new lot. That lot is now paying taxes too. And there's more taxable house for road frontage. So that's the really important reason to encourage infill in this way. The other thing that this bill does, from the point of view of infrastructure, is some towns already have a mechanism to do this. It's called the open space residential development. It's allowed under the innovative land use law, which is, I think it's 245, but I'm not sure about that. So in those open space residential developments, you actually can, in the rural district, reduce your lot size. You can't reduce it. Different towns have different rules about how small those lots can be. But again, if they're served, if you had a district, a tract of land, and you wanted to put a pocket neighborhood or a cluster development on it, and you were going to provide district water and sewer, you could build smaller, you could have smaller lots, less frontage, less expense to build the road for those people, making those houses cost less. Which brings me to the other side of the equation. So that's the municipal side. So on the other side, you have the builder's side. For a builder, the raw land cost is about 20% of the final sale price of a house. So when you require a bigger lot than is necessary for sanitary reasons or, whatever reasons you have, if you require, every time you make a lot bigger, you make the house more expensive. And since you can't, if you spend $100,000 on a lot, you're not going to put a $200,000 house on that lot because it doesn't pencil. It doesn't make sense financially. So when you buy a lot that costs a lot of money, you have to put an expensive house on it, and it's a big house. And we know that demographically across the United States, only about 20% of all households are households that have school-age children in them. So I think the concern that, oh my gosh, we're going to get all of these children in our schools if we allow smaller houses and smaller house lots is a miscomprehension of what's actually likely to happen. We figure in my business that if you build 20 small houses, you might get 4 kids out of those 20 small houses. You're not going to get 40 kids. You're just not. That's not how the demographics work anymore. And in New Hampshire, as in most places in the United States, we have a mismatch between our housing stock and what people want. People want both people as old as me and people as young as my kids, and some of the people in between, would like to live within what my daughter refers to as stumble home from the bar distance. So that means but we're not building any more of that, often because our zoning codes make it really hard to do that. This is a step. It's a little step, by the way. It's a little step in the direction of making it possible to do infill in an existing town. And these are not little lots. A half an acre is a big lot. And I did a survey in the town I live in a number of years ago and determined that in the historic area of Peterborough, the average lot size was about a sixth of an acre. So that's pretty small. But, you know, people like Peterborough. It's pretty cute. So this is a thing that would allow us to do some infill. And it's also a thing that by doing infill, we increase the tax base. And in the rural district, if a developer wanted to do a cluster and spend less on infrastructure, therefore making those houses less expensive, they could use this to do that. I will tell you, however, that doing group district water and sewer is pretty easy to do. District water is more complicated. So my sense is, and my observation is, that it is unlikely that we're going to get a giant bunch of cluster developments in the rural district with district water, because it's a much more complicated affair. And having said all that, I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you. And let me speak about the testimony you just heard, in case there's some frustration or people who are confused about my earlier admonishment. Representative Van contacted me prior to the meeting and asked if she could have permission to speak, to offer testimony as a very much like a co-sponsor. So that's why, if you were thinking earlier about well, is she going to get to a question? No, she asked for permission to speak like a co-sponsor. So that's why you heard her offer testimony in that light. So at this point, I'll offer it to the committee if you want to ask Representative Van some questions about her just given testimony.
Chair?
Yes, Representative Guthrie.
Yes, thank you for the information. It was fabulous. And thank you for taking my question. My question is something like the first one I asked prior, and that was, don't you think, or do you think, that this kind of situation is a zoning problem and is more belongs at the local level instead of at the state level?
I'm delighted to have that question, because in my daily life, I'm a certified urban planner. I'm certified by the American Planning Association and by the Congress for the New Urbanism. And this is what I think about all the time. And what we've seen across the United States is that when we leave decisions like this in the hands of individual neighborhoods and individual jurisdictions, there is no incentive to make changes that will allow for more housing. Why would you? Because you think, well, this might be moderately inconvenient for me, or maybe I won't like it. So why should I do this if the town next door to me is not doing it? Why should I make my town different in a way that, you know, makes me nervous when other towns don't have to? So what we have seen is that when, particularly about issues like this, it's actually better to do it on a bigger space. You don't have to do it at the state level. In New Hampshire, we have to because we're a Dillon's rule state. Other places have done it on the county level, but it turns out that it's fairer, more transparent, and more accessible if you do it over a bigger area. So that's why I advocate for doing it in a bigger area rather than at the local level.
Thank you for your answer. Very informative.
Next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Next question is from Representative Mangiore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Van, for taking my question. If I heard you correctly, what I heard was that this type of development is not going to drive school-age kids from moving into these kind of communities and going to school. So my question is, who's going to be moving in?
Well, according to the demographic of information that's available to all of us, right now about 20% of all households are households that have school-age children. So it's all the rest of them. Also, maybe some with school-age children, but not by any means all of them. Some of them are younger people that want to live, as I said, within stumble home to the bar distance. Some of them are older people who want to live within walking distance of the corner store so that every trip doesn't require a car, particularly as they get older and maybe don't drive anymore. So there are all of the people that we have, are all of the spectrum, are desiring these places. And that's actually one of the reasons that housing costs are going up, is the thing that more people want, we're not building enough of. We haven't built enough of it in a long time.
Thank
Sorry,
you.
that was long.
Thank you. Let me say that we are significantly behind schedule. We will be going to House Bill 154 next, and then House Bill 189. So those of you who may be online or in queue waiting for those bills, please be patient. We will get to them. And we have some more testimony to hear, and those that I'm going to call, trying to highlight your testimony and be as brief as you can without losing the points that you really need to make. So next, I'd like to call on Representative McWilliams, who is also a co-sponsor of the bill.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
I just got a message from Representative McWilliams, and I'm not sure that she is available. Is that right, Representative Majori?
Thank you, Representative Van. I was just going to ask, I don't see her named here, but names can come up a little bit differently, but I do not see her name here.
Well, I just got a text from her saying that she had to leave for a work meeting.
Okay. Comes back up, we'll let her speak.
Okay, great. I'll let her know. Thanks.
Next, we'll go to NHMA, Cordell Johnson, and then after him, we'll go to the Commissioner of DES, Mr. Trowbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, Cordell Johnston, representing the New Hampshire Municipal Association, and we are very much opposed to House Bill 132. Just to be clear, we have nothing against half-acre zoning. We think it's a good idea. Small lot zoning, more dense development is a good idea, but towns are not all the same. Towns vary dramatically in New Hampshire, and that's why we have 200+ zoning ordinances, not a single for the entire state. We are very concerned whenever there is an effort to mandate zoning requirements. I hate to use terms like slippery slope, but if today it's lot size limits, tomorrow it's use restrictions and house sizes and who knows what else. There are other efforts ongoing to encourage denser and more affordable housing. And I think through education and incentives similar to what are in, I think it's House Bill 586. There's a long way to go. And New Hampshire is not by any means the only state that has a housing shortage or an affordable housing shortage. And so, you know, there's no silver bullet that's going to solve this problem. And I don't think this is going to do it. Both of the sponsors, I think, talked about why this is good for towns. And I agree that smaller lot zoning is good for towns. But if it's good for towns, the state shouldn't have to require the towns to do it. If the towns understand that it's good for them, they'll do it on their own. There's a discussion about how smaller lot zoning will lead to smaller houses. That may or may not be true. I think you've probably all seen areas around Lake Winnipesaukee, other lakes in the state and other areas where developers are buying small houses on small lots, tearing them down and building McMansions that take up pretty much the entire size of the lot. So I think you should be careful about assuming that this is going to result in a significant change in behavior. But basically our concern is that zoning is and has always been a matter for local control. And once we start going down this road, it's a question of where we stop with state mandates. We already have a requirement that towns allow workforce housing. We have a requirement that they allow manufactured housing, a requirement that they allow accessory dwelling units. And none of those have solved the affordable housing issue. I doubt very much that one more statewide mandate will solve it. So we believe that this should best be left to the discretion of municipalities to figure it out on their own and do the best that they can. Thank you, and I'd be happy to try to answer any questions.
Thank you. No questions at this time, but thank you for your testimony, Mr. Johnson. We're going to go to now Commissioner Trowbridge from DES.
Yes, can you hear me, Chairman Dolan? Yes, hi. Good afternoon, Chairman Dolan and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Philip Trowbridge. I'm the manager of the Land Resource Management Program at DES, representing the Commissioner Robert Scott. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on House Bill 132. In the interest of time, I'll go very quickly. The department has reviewed the bill and takes no position on it with regard to lot sizes. However, should the committee choose to move forward, we have suggested some language, some suggested edits to the language regarding septic tanks in order to bring it into compliance or to match what's in our regulations and statutes. So I believe Representative Ukela has drafted an amendment to accept our recommended language. We had a short conversation with him earlier today. So briefly, you have the letter in front of you. The language that refers to dispensing of liquid from a blackwater septic tank into the ground of the lot is not defined in our regulations or our statutes, and we've suggested just to use language that says does not use a subsurface sewage disposal system, which does. So again, we take no position on the lot size issue, but we would suggest this different language if you move forward with the bill. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions for DES or NHMA? Seeing none, do we have Mr. Firth in queue, a member of the public who was asked to speak? I think Representative Maggiore, you're on mute, so I can't hear you.
Hello, this is Dr. Firth.
There we go.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you so much for your time, Chair Dolan, Vice Chair Piemonte, and members of the committee. Thank you for inviting me to comment. I study land use regulation and housing markets as co-director of the Urbanity Project, the Mercatus Center at George Mason University. I study minimum lot sizes especially. You have my written remarks, and I'll try to go through those quickly so as to respect everyone's time. To get a sense of the reach of this bill, I audited zoning, water, and sewer maps of 6 New Hampshire municipalities: Dover, Exeter, Keene, Manchester, Meredith, and Nashua. In all 6 municipalities, I found areas that are served by municipal water and sewer, but that are zoned for an acre or more. However, all of those areas were modest in size, often consisting of 1 or 2 subdivisions. And curiously, most house lots in those districts were already a ½ acre or less. So I therefore believe that HB 132 would have modest and scattered effects. Nevertheless, those effects would largely be positive for New Hampshire residents, governments, and those seeking to conserve forest and agricultural land. I'll give you 4 quick reasons. First, as has been discussed, smaller lots promote affordability. They require less land, and they tend to have smaller homes on them. There are exceptions. Smaller lots use fewer municipal resources. Representative Van gave a tremendous example of this. And in most utility districts, you're billed by the gallon used, say, rather than the foot of pipe. But the foot of pipe still costs to install and maintain and replace at the end of its useful life. When you do infill development using the same water mains, typically everyone's taxes and utility rates will fall because there are more users paying for the same amount of infrastructure, and then everyone pays for their own gallons, kilowatt hours, etc. The third reason that smaller lots are good is that they have less impact on the environment. They conserve forest and agricultural land by using less of it. And finally, and I think most importantly, lower minimum lot sizes expand private property rights. There are legitimate limits on those, but in general, a just and limited government will come up with very good and clear reasons to limit private property rights before doing so. The default should be to allow people to use their land as they want. In this case, most of the public interest runs in favor of smaller lots, not in favor of larger ones. And therefore, I don't see this as a case where there's a good reason to limit those private property rights. Finally, there's an issue of fairness. As I noted, most of the lots that would be affected by this bill are already a half acre or smaller. So this bill would extend a right some property owners already enjoy, the right to have a house on a half acre, to neighbors of theirs on similarly situated land. And when I speak about deregulation, I often get someone objecting that changing their neighbor's zoning violates their property rights. I think that's backwards. If you want to control your neighbor's property, you can buy it, and then it's your property right. But until then, it's theirs. Yeah, so I believe New Hampshire property owners, current and future, would benefit from less regulation of minimum lot sizes. More young families would be able to start a home. Future taxes and utility rates would be lower. Be more woods and farms. And property rights would be stronger and fairer. Thank you for your time. I'm happy to answer any questions, either now or by email. You can contact me.
Thank you. We've had considerable testimony in this bill, and it's been very educational, so thank you. I don't have any questions queued up from the committee. So I thank you from those who have offered testimony and have endured the calendar stretch here. So at this point, I'm going to close the hearing till 1:32. Next, we're going to move to House Bill 154. Which is dealing with community revitalization tax relief incentives. And do we have Representative Grassi here to introduce the bill?
Yes, and there we go.
Okay, the floor is yours.
Should be all set.
The floor is yours. Go right ahead. You need to unmute them.
I've requested that he unmute. There we go.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, go right ahead.
Yes, my name is Representative Chuck Grassi from Stratford 11. I'm here as a co-sponsor of HB 154, and I just a little bit of history. I was a city councilman here in Rochester, New Hampshire, for about 25 years. Served on the planning board here in Rochester for about 12 years. Also was the town planner in the towns of Alton, Raymond, and Stratham for a total of almost 20 years. I look at this bill as being part of a toolbox that communities can use to develop their communities. Here in Rochester, we have we've used these tools in the past. Particularly when you take a look at community revitalization tax relief incentives, we have 97E, which this bill addresses, and we also have TIF districts, which we've used here in the city of Rochester. I sat in negotiations with a company, Safran Aerospace, Safran GE, when we brought them here to Rochester, and we were competing with the state of North Carolina at the time. By the utilization of the TIF district, we were able to win over Saffron and bring them to the city of Rochester. At the same time, we also brought the corporate headquarters for Albany International to the city of Rochester. And we have the very successful Ridge commercial district in the northern part of our city. This is just one of the tools we used. Right now, we're looking at bringing 79E and utilizing it for the downtown redevelopment of a former theater in the downtown that's been sitting vacant for, oh God, I would say 30 plus years, that no one's, in 40 years, that no one's been able to do anything with. What this bill does, what 154 does, is expands the ability to use tax financing incentives or tax incentives in the local community for redevelopment of these structures for housing, something that downtown districts significantly need. It also allows us to expand the amount of people, the number of people that are eligible these for these benefits as well, of these housing units. It helps us. We did one project, the first project we did when I was on the city council here in Rochester. I'm not currently a council member, but one of the first projects we did was a very unique building right on the edge of our downtown district. It's basically an old castle that had sat vacant for a number of years. We were able to provide tax incentives to allow them to redevelop it as a restaurant and events center. And unfortunately, due to the pandemic, it's been a little bit of a struggle recently, but prior to that, it was a relatively successful facility. This is a tool. It's something that is optional. It's enabling legislation. It's not required of any community to do that. But as someone who has worked at the local level for 25 plus years, I find the more tools we have in our box, the more competitive we can be when we're attracting out-of-state investors in our communities, and also the more competitive and the more innovative we can be when we're dealing with local small businesses who want to do something new and innovative in our communities. I'll be happy to attempt to answer any questions. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative Chris. Do we have any questions on the committee, Representative? I see.
Chairman?
Oh, Mr. Vice Chair, you have Representative Mangiapudi and Representative Van in that order with their hands up.
I just wanted to let the Vice Chair know that the other prime sponsor of this bill is now on the call. And I don't know whether you want to do something, whether you want to recognize him at some point. That's all.
Thank you.
Give me the easy questions.
Mr. Chair, I just need to let you know that the love of my life has reappeared in the 1950s for his lunch. He'll be gone in half an hour. Thank you.
I think you recognized Representative Mangiapudi. Did I hear that correctly?
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear my name, so I was waiting to be recognized. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Grassley, for taking my question. Does this also include the historic tax credits that is available, both federal as well as very underutilized in our state, to revitalize or renovate historic buildings, old, dilapidated or falling apart buildings in the middle of our Main Street or in our cities and towns?
It certainly does. And I think that what you're looking at here is that, as I said before, the more tools we have in our bag to be able to help the revitalization of downtown or to attract people from out of our community to invest in our communities, the better it is. I've said in these negotiations, anytime you can pull something out of your hat to put onto the table, it's a benefit. It's optional. You use it as a negotiating tool, and it works. I found that we've been very successful, particularly here in Rochester. I mean, we've got a long way to go, but we're trying to do more for our downtown districts. And one of the things, and is certainly providing more quality housing in your downtowns. We've had too much of the apartment structures with the studio apartments that tend to be very run down. And this is something which has allowed us to attract investment to try to rehabilitate and revitalize some of these downtown buildings.
Follow up, Mr. Chair. So
Yes.
would this also, this gives another tool like the opportunity zone, historic tax credits, and historic renovation opportunities. So this very well says about it. What is the time frame you're looking at? That's the big incentive to bring new investors into our state, not the current one that hold on to it, but new
Right.
investors.
I will tell you that the work that we did with bringing saffron into the state of New Hampshire took us well over a year. Sometime, and I think it was closer to 2 years that we were in negotiations with them. And then there was probably negotiations prior to getting into the city council level. But I know I sit in the room, which were highly confidential negotiations, and we were really being very competitive with the state of North Carolina and their Raleigh-Durham area, particularly. That Saffron almost went in that direction because of the technology. I mean, we worked with every partner that we had in the state of New Hampshire. And what it was the TIF district, because it was infrastructure that needed to be put in place that made it possible for them to get rail access as well as to get airport access through Skyhaven Airport that brought them to the city of Rochester. And that's just an example of one of the tools we had. This is another tool with 79E as a purpose and a different reason, but it's still something you want to use to be encouraged, make it for them to use it. It's not going to be right for every community. It was right for us, and I would hope that you would support this bill for that.
Thank you. We have a question from Representative Clayton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative Garza, for taking my question. My question is there a time limit once they get this the tax credit or incentive? Is there a time limit that they have to keep the particular percentage of these homes affordable? I noticed that it talked about at least 50% of units be affordable, at least 40% of units be affordable with low income and so on. Does it have to remain that way forever? I know in some instances they say they put a 5-year moratorium on it, or is this in perpetuity?
No, and unfortunately, it's not in perpetuity. That's something that I've certainly looked at in the past. As a town planner, we had some instances where we wanted to take a look at how long could you put these in for. And a lot of times that's a negotiated agreement you have with the developers to how long they will stay in perpetuity. We certainly need to take a look at something at the state level to see how we're going to do that to make them be affordable in perpetuity. But as far as I'm aware, I may be wrong. I've only been back, this will be my 3rd term back in the House. I've served 8 terms now in the House. But I don't think there's any RSAs that would require that it be in perpetuity, but it's something we should definitely look at.
Thank you very much for taking my question. I appreciate that.
Mr. Chair, I apologize for butting in, but the prime sponsor for this bill, Representative Casey Connolly, is on the call, and he's jumping up and down to speak. And I'm wondering if you might want to recognize him.
Yes, Representative Connolly, go right ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, committee members, and thank you, Representative Majori, for accurately depicting what's going on here. Yes, Casey Connolly, State Representative from Dover. I will try not to repeat what has already been said about HB 154. So as we've heard, it would broaden the existing statute around community development incentives under RSA 79E. And the goal here is to promote new housing construction, particularly affordable housing, something we desperately need here in New Hampshire. For those on committee who don't know, the existing 79E statute already lets cities and towns offer time-limited and targeted property tax incentives for development within downtowns, within village centers, and as Representative Mangiaputi was discussing, for historic redevelopment. That's already within the law. So the bill before you does a few things to broaden that. First, it would let municipalities use these incentives anywhere within their municipal boundary, not just the village center. We're tied to a historic redevelopment. And the second thing is it would extend the maximum term of the tax incentive to 10 years, up from the current 9, which is sort of the max, and that's with some escalating years for doing certain things. But the current statute in general is 5-year limit. And the way you would get these broader incentives is if you maintain a third of the units in any new development for moderate income residents. That's the key piece here. So again, some context, we know RSA 79E works. We just heard that from the representative from Rochester. We've seen it used well in Dover. And just this week, our city council will hear another 79E project to rehab a vacant courthouse into something, vibrant and great and revenue producing for our downtown. And just to highlight a couple of the sort of limitations in the current law, again, it's constrained to town and village centers. That's where development costs are highest. And that's also where there's the highest potential for market rate rents. So not necessarily a place where you'd see affordable housing. So, again, this was enabling legislation, as has been noted many times. Municipalities could decide for themselves where they wanted to use these provisions, how they wanted to use these provisions. And again, the key being that they could do it anywhere. So they could do it in places where development costs are much lower, and that would hopefully translate into lower rental rates. Committee members who were on the committee last term will remember this bill has come before you before, and it passed the committee with an amendment, then passed the House with broad bipartisan support, went to Ways and Means as a second committee where it received a 20-0 recommendation. So in closing, I'll just reiterate, it's enabling legislation, doesn't require anyone to do anything, designed to attract new market rate housing, new affordable housing, things we really need probably in every community in our state. And it's designed in a way that lets municipalities decide for themselves where and under what terms they wish to use it, and in partnership with private developers. So with that, I'll take any questions.
We have a question from Representative Mangiaputi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question to you, thank you, Representative Conley, for taking my question. How does this fit in with the last term I had introduced, a PACE legislation to enhance or bring in new investors? How does this kind of work that into attracting new investors as well as restoring and redeveloping old buildings in our towns and cities?
Thank you, Representative. So this is a tool that our cities and towns certainly know about. Developers definitely know about it. So it would come down to, I think, the circumstances to determine whether a particular project fits within the guidelines of the existing law. Again, the proposal before you would expand that and create a whole bunch of new scenarios that would work. And that's the idea. So referring to historic properties, again, that's already part of the bill, or that's already part of the law. So that wouldn't change at all. And as far as attracting developers, I would hope that this would further entice developers to invest in our communities. That's the idea.
Thank you. And we have a question from Representative Power.
Thank you, Chairman Dolan, and thank you, Representative Conley. I apologize, I was taking copious notes and I missed the part you had explained the history of a prior bill that was similar to this, and you noted that it passed this committee that you're in front of. Was that with an amendment?
Representative, yes, it left the committee with amendment, and the language is still in the bill from that amendment that adds some definitions around affordability. It's updating a different section of law around standards for low income and that kind of thing. And there's others who I believe are planning to testify who can better speak to that, because that was not an amendment I brought forward. But that, yes, that is the background on this bill.
And then follow up.
Yes, go ahead.
So, and then you explained that it passed the House with bipartisan support, and I missed the part of what happened to the bill ultimately. Where did it die?
Oh, yes, I did neglect to tell you that. So it ran into the COVID related shutdown of legislative activity last year.
Okay, well, thank you. Next testimony will be offered by Mr. Ben Frost from New Hampshire Housing.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Ben Frost. I'm the Managing Director of Policy and Public Affairs for the New Hampshire Housing Finance Authority, and I'm here to express New Hampshire Housing's strong support for this legislation and our gratitude to Representative Conley for introducing it again. This bill really should be seen as two separate, independent, but interrelated sections, and they are sections 1 and 2, and then the second section is 3. So two independent parts. The first part of this is the part that addresses RSA 79E, and this statute has been around for a number of years. It was enacted by the legislature in 2006, and I can tell you that as of now, as of 2020 at least, 59 communities in New Hampshire are utilizing RSA 79E as a tax incentive for different kinds of development. It's enormously flexible. I was one of a small team back in 2005 that drafted the original legislation that became RSA 79E, and we envisioned it as a tool that municipalities might use. We tried to make it flexible, and it is very flexible. And I'm just kind of shocked and amazed to see how successful it's been. So I'm really gratified. This morning I was driving to work, and I was listening to the Exchange, and Laura Canoy was interviewing 3 mayors in New Hampshire, Mayor Craig from Manchester, Mayor Hansel from Keene, and Mayor McCarley from Rochester. And both mayors, Hansel and McCarley, talked about RSA 79E as an important strategy for their communities. As it's one of the few tax incentives that municipalities have to attract new investment. So Representative Mangiapudi has talked about how do we attract investment to New Hampshire. This is one thing that the municipalities can use to market themselves to investors from beyond New Hampshire as well as within New Hampshire. It's really powerful and is highly discretionary. So it's purely enabling legislation. Municipalities can do it if they want to. They don't have to if they don't want to. And the change to the statute that Representative Conley is proposing in House Bill 154 is a very welcome change. RSA 79E was originally conceived of as a tool to help with the redevelopment of downtown areas, and it does that, and it still does that. But what it doesn't do right now, and what House Bill 154 would allow municipalities to use it to do, is to do new housing development in areas where the municipality wants to have new housing development done. So it's totally up to the municipality to decide where it wants to do this and what the time period is. The tax relief that would be offered under House Bill 154 under RSA 79E would be for up to 10 years. So it is discretionary for the municipality to decide how long to make that up to 10 years. And there's a reference in section 2 of the bill to the questions of affordability. And so it says it shall be designated for households with an income. No less than a third of the housing units in one of these developments in a housing opportunity zone would be allocated for people making up to 80% of the median income for the area, or that would meet the income targeting standards in RSA 204C 54, 4. Now that statute, and that's where we get to the second principal part of this legislation, is the state's Affordable Housing Fund. It is the state's Affordable Housing Trust Fund administered by New Hampshire Housing. And it has existing income targeting in it that was designed by the legislature back in 1988. And it was designed well at that time to meet the needs of programs at that time. But then those needs have changed. So new federal programs have evolved over that time that have different income targeting standards. So we last year approached Representative Conley and asked him if he'd be willing to integrate this amendment into his legislation, and he agreed to do that. And so that's what you see before you now. It's changing or refining the income targeting in the Affordable Housing Fund to match up with federal programs. And then it ties back to RSA 79E in the amendment that Representative Conley has proposed, so that a developer will have some flexibility in what sort of income targeting should be done in that development if a municipality chooses to employ this measure. I'd be happy to take any questions, and thank you for listening to me this morning or this afternoon.
Thank you. Yes, our schedule is stretching a bit. I'd like to recognize Representative Moody with a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Frost, for your testimony. My question is, you talk about RSA 73E. How does this enable or enhance RSA 53A to E?
I'm not familiar with the statute that you're referring to, RSA 53.
Yeah, that is the PACE district, PACE legislation. It's
Okay.
kind of very mushy area for New Hampshire.
I had forgotten the statutory reference, but I was actually involved in the drafting of that some years ago with Representative Beatrice Pastor of Hanover. So they're complementary, they're overlapping. They don't necessarily rely on each other. So you could have an RSA 79E housing opportunity zone that would overlap with a PACE district. But my recollection is that under current New Hampshire law, PACE is limited to commercial, so not residential. And Representative Conley's proposed amendment to RSA 79E in House Bill 154 is just dealing with residential development. So there could be some overlap, but they don't conflict, certainly.
Thank you.
Okay, good, thank you. Any further questions for Mr. Frost? Seeing none, do we have anybody from the public who would like to speak to this?
Mr. Chair, I've noticed a hand raised since the beginning of this hearing from Doug Marino. I don't see him on the list, but I'm happy to recognize him if you're willing.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Marino. You're welcome to offer some comments or actually ask a question, if you will, from people who testify.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. My name is Doug Marino. I work for an organization called 603 Forward. We are an advocacy organization whose aim is to help make New Hampshire a better and more equitable place for young people to come and live and start families. And I'm expressing my support for House Bill 154 as well as House Bill 189. It's critically important for the legislature to take steps that will help attract and retain young people here in New Hampshire. We're in the midst of an affordable housing crisis that requires our immediate attention. These bills will help incentivize local communities to invest in affordable housing projects and will open up opportunities for working families to pursue affordable housing options. New Hampshire's housing crisis is a 5-alarm fire that threatens our economic future. I've personally witnessed many friends from high school and college leave our state and take their talents elsewhere. Many of them would love to start a family here in New Hampshire, but they can't afford it. The lack of affordable housing options in our state has created an economy that is unsustainable. But these bills are steps in the right direction that will help make New Hampshire a more viable option for young families. So I appreciate you for considering them, and I strongly urge the committee to give them a positive recommendation. Thank you so much for your time, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the members of the committee.
Mr. Marino, do you have written testimony to submit?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'll send that along to the committee as soon as I hop off here.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, a request from me about the blue sheet sign up on this, please.
Thank you for reminding me. Yes, the blue sheet is support 18, opposed 0, neutral 0.
And Mr. Chair, I will let you know there is one other hand raised from attendees from a Kathy Staub.
Yes, go right ahead. Well, welcome to hear your comment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go right ahead.
Okay, thank you. My name is Kathy Staub, and I'm part of the Manchester Housing Alliance, which is a group of tenants and ordinary folks in our city who are concerned about the lack of safe and affordable housing in Manchester. And I'm here to support House Bill 154. In particular, I support the provisions that at least 1/3 of any development in these housing opportunity zones who receive this benefit be affordable units. According to the New Hampshire Housing Finance Authority, the average rent for a 2-bedroom in Manchester is $1,483 a month. Manchester has a lot of restaurants, retail, and cultural amenities, which means there are a lot of low-wage workers that are critical to making our city run. For example, Manchester area has 9,300 food service workers with a median wage of $12 an hour. Add to that essential workers like cashiers, home health aides, and janitors, and you can see that many people struggle with the cost of local rents. Every week we hear about seniors and disabled people being evicted to make way for renovations and higher rents. Recently, a development that received such a tax credit as the 79E began offering units for rent at $1,400 to $2,000 a month, which is out of reach for many working people in our community. When wealthy developers receive tax deferments, the roads still need to be maintained, the trash still needs to be picked up, and our teachers, police officers, and firefighters still need to be paid. As a homeowner and a taxpayer, I don't mind making up the difference to help people of modest means, which is the change that this legislation will help to ensure. So I really appreciate that. I believe that when public resources are used, everyone should have the opportunity to benefit, including people of modest means. Well, this is a good incentive. I think we're going to need to be vigilant because I have concerns that maybe there are areas in Manchester that are 100% affordable housing, which is not in very good condition, but it's still affordable, that might be displaced and instead replaced with areas where only 1/3 of the housing is affordable. But I think that's on the Manchester Housing Alliance to be vigilant on that and keep our local municipal decision makers from making that kind of a decision. So I fully support this bill, and I thank you for allowing me to testify.
Thank you for your testimony and your interest in this. Seeing no further questions or testimony in queue, we're going to conclude the public hearing on the bill and move on to HB 189. Which is our last bill for public hearing. Now, this is a bill where the sponsor has indicated to me that the bill that she would like to withdraw the bill, and she can explain why. But we don't have a real clean mechanism to just withdraw a bill. The technique would be to ITL the bill in executive session. So, Representative Ban, could you enlighten us?
Yeah, I'm happy to talk about this. This is another case where I was doing the belt and suspenders thing, but it turns out that we don't actually need the suspenders. This bill is redundant to a bill that we'll hear later in the session, H. Bill 341. And since it's redundant and says the same thing, I think we should just ITL it and take up 341 when it rolls around on the calendar and save us all some time and trouble.
Unless there's objection in the committee, we'll do just that. Is there any objection? Seeing none, we're going to conclude the public hearing on HB 189 and move immediately to executive session on that bill, and then we will take a recess. So we are now in executive session to consider HB 189, and given that, I would ask for a motion to ITL.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the committee ITL House Bill 189.
Is there a second?
I second.
Who was that?
Who was that? Representative Mangiapudi?
Mangiapudi.
We have a second. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to take a roll.
Let me just get this here. Bear with me.
And while the clerk is getting ready, Representative Van, I would ask you if you could write up the report.
Yes, and I owe you one for the other one we ITL'd. I'll do that this afternoon and get it to you.
Okay. The 189. Representative Piemonte? Clerk votes yes. Representative Tripp?
Yes.
Representative Guthrie?
Yes.
Representative Lascelles?
Yes.
Representative McBride?
Yes.
Representative Melvin?
Yes.
Representative Ayer? Representative Ayer? Representative Power?
Yes.
Representative Porter?
Yes.
Representative Trey Levin?
Yes.
Representative Gilman?
Yes.
Representative Majori?
Yes.
Representative Stavis?
Yes.
Representative Mangiapudi?
Yes.
Representative Van?
Yes.
Representative Klee?
Yes.
Representative Gallagher?
Yes.
Representative Dolan?
Yes.
And one more try for Representative Ayer. Representative Ayer.
And Mr. Secretary and Mr. Chair, I'm looking on both the list of panelists, list of panelists and list of attendees, and I do not see Representative Ayer. I can certainly send Representative Ayer an invite to the Zoom just in case something might have happened, and I'll do that now.
Thank you. And we'll wait to see if he responds to that invite. But unless I see his smiling face, we're not going to let him vote. There are no proxy votes in executive session. And while that's happening with Representative Mangiapudi, I would ask if the ranking member has any announcement that she'd like to make to her caucus for a caucus meeting prior to the executive session.
We beat you to it, Mr. Chair. We met at 8:30 this morning. We're all set. Thank you.
The Republicans will be meeting in room 300A down the hall at 1:30. And there is a Zoom invite for it, but if you're going to meet in person, you don't need to be on Zoom.
Does everyone
Question, Mr. Chair, is the Zoom going to change or we stay on this to continue on the Zoom?
I'm going to defer to Representative Maggiore, but I think we're going to stay right online.
We are. So as the chair has stated, thank you, Mr. Chair. As the chair has stated before, the mics will still remain hot. So mute yourself, go off screen, but the recording does not stop. If we stop the recording, the live stream, we cut the meeting in its entirety. So we don't want to do that. So the meeting will continue to run. And I really should have put up a little note there that says we're at lunch. So I'll see if I can do that and let the public know that we are at lunch until what time, Mr. Chair?
Till 2 o'clock.
2 o'clock. So
Yep.
I'll put up a little note there. Okay. And Mr. Chair, I'm sorry.
Whether it's snowing pretty hard down in Nashua, I don't know how it is. Keep an eye on it.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
I move that I think we've waited long enough for the response from the representative.
I agree. I don't think we need a motion. I think we waited long enough. So.
And I don't see anything.
So what is our vote at this point?
18-0 on the ITL.
18-0. Without objection, I will submit this to the consent calendar for House Bill 189. And that bill is disposition. Yes, for Representatives Tripp, McBride, and Power, I want to make sure that you all have your Zoom invite for this special meeting at 1:30.
Where should I check, Mr. Chairman?
Check in your email.
Okay, let me check. Hold on. I got so many emails here. Give me a second.
Excuse me, if I hit the leave button, I have to rejoin when I come back. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, so I should not do that.
What? When would it have come? Good.
Check your legislation.
Do you have a legislative email inbox?
No, I don't. If I do, I don't use it. I use my Comcast, emcbride at comcast.net. That's all I use.
Can you open that legislative inbox? Get back.
I don't have one as far as I know. And I don't, if I did, I don't know what it is.
An email came from Meg Stone.
Okay, the email came from Meg Stone. Let me do this. We're troubleshooting some Republican business right now, so let me conclude the executive session and adjourn it. Actually, we'll recess it until 2 o'clock, and the Democrats that are online don't have to suffer through this.
Representative Dolan, is it okay for me to mute the room? Can someone unmute before you continue?
I'm not sure that we have that expertise to know how to do that from our
Okay.
at home.
Okay, just wanted to double check.
Mr. Chair, I can walk you through that if you just go over to the big TV directly across from you and use the mouse to go down to the lower left-hand side. All you have to do is hit mute.
Okay.
I'll mute it for you now, but you'll have to unmute before we start. That way you can have your lunch in peace.
All right. But those members who are in the room, you can stay here. We normally don't allow food in these rooms, but given the current circumstances, you can eat your lunch right here if you have it with you. Unfortunately, the cafeteria is closed. And remember, the mics are hot. So if you'd rather discuss issues, I would suggest, even though there's going to be help from Christina to mute, I trust her like my sister, but I still.
Mr. Chairman, where would I want to look for that email? Who's it coming from?
You're getting an extra copy being sent to you right now from Tony Fiamonte.
Okay, I'll look for that name. Thank you.
Could you please send me one too? Because I don't have anything from I forgot the name of the lady already. Would have been the House Republican office at Senate?
Meg Stone, what was her name?
Yeah, Megan.
Megan Stone.
Megan Stone.
Diane Power, did you have a question?
Yes, Representative Dolan, I am in receipt of that email. May I go to lunch?
Yeah.
I did get it.
Go right ahead.
Thank you.
Dial in at 1:30.
Thank you.
So we're sending an email to Representative Tripp, and who else? Anybody else?
Senator McBride, I hope.
There is a thermostat over here. I don't know whether we can modify it or not.
Yeah, we can't build a campfire.
My hands are freezing.
I'm not cold. 66.
Are you cold?
No, it's just I had difficulty hearing a lot of people in this one of these bills. It was like,
Representative Maggiore,
Yes,
is Chairman Dolan still available? Is he in the room?
he is in the room.
He is.
Yes, I see him. I think I see him.
Yeah.
There he is.
I already
have-
did this.
I have a question for him. So, Representative Dolan.
He won't hear you because I muted the room.
Okay. Maybe I should just call him.
That's a
Can you
good
let
idea.
him know I'll call him on the phone?
I would just text him. That's what I would do. I would say that you're.
Is that better?
So I just want to, I just realized something that might be an issue. So you said that this meeting was going to stay put. You weren't, it wasn't going to end, just the audio would be shut off.
Right.
And I'm staying on this meeting and it will be muted and I'll shut the video off. So I guess the question is, for the Republican caucus, I need to go onto another device in another location.
Well, that's one way to do it.
Mhm.
Or you can leave this meeting and go on to the other meeting and then rejoin this meeting later.
Okay, do you have a recommendation?
I would leave the meeting and then rejoin it too.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you for clarifying that. I appreciate it.
Okay, can I get Everett McBride? Is he there?
Yeah, I'm right here. Hello, Everett here. I don't hear anybody. Yeah, just got the email. I just got it. Thank you. I can figure it out a little bit. Let me see if I can figure this out.
Christina, can you hear me?
I sure can.
Should I, thank you for helping out today. Should I alert the people in the room, if there are any, to unmute the computer in there, or can you handle that?
I can ask them when they come back. They'll
Okay.
just, yeah, they just have to do it from the room.
Okay. I'll go back on mute so nobody has to listen to my droning. And thanks for all your help, by the way, again.
Of course, anytime. I appreciate your help too.
Sure. Oh, can I throw one other thing at you?
Sure.
And I don't know where to send this, but it seems like, or actually ask the question, it seems like people who sign up the day of to speak are having trouble. Either it's not registering. I could certainly understand where it wouldn't be put on the late lists. Is that something to follow up with? Or is that something that the system can improve upon or be improved upon, or just tell folks, hey, you got to sign up before, 5 minutes before the meeting? Or should we talk about that offline?
Oh, no, it's okay. If people are signing up after 8 o'clock,
Yeah.
you're just not going to get the accurate record. And then it's
Okay.
up to them to raise their hand. So even if they're registering, it's virtually impossible for me to go and get a new testimony list for every hearing before the bill.
Okay.
And communicate it in a not awkward way to the
Okay.
chair. There are people who want to testify. So the expectation is if they do sign up ahead of time and I'm able to look, I'll usually, text the chair, but it's just sort of up to the chair to say, are there any other members of the public that want to speak? And that's their opportunity.
Okay, great. I'll send something off to Chair Dolan and let him know to remind folks that they need to, in order to show the accurate reflection of what's on the blue sheet, to make sure that people sign up before 8 a.m. on the day of the meeting schedule. As a good just reminder for what we have to do. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Now I'll shut up.
Representative Gilman, oh, you are back. Are you back from your chore? Good, thank you. Okay, I sent around to those folks that I send things to the Dems, a Twitter thing that I just saw that cracked me up. And it's about a Zoom meeting and a cat. So you might want to check your email and if you can deal with Twitter through your email. It just cracked me up. It was perfect. So. And Representative Power, I did not mean it as an insult to you. I was praising you for your ability to do research on these things. I've been impressed with how much knowledge you're bringing forward to us. So I wasn't trying to be mean or anything when I said that to you.
Representative Porter, that's how I took it, that you were complimenting me.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to say I am also very impressed with you, Representative Powers, to kind of focus on, I'm a newbie on this committee. So asking the questions, that's how I've always learned, whichever committee I have been on, to learn and ask the questions. And I'm really impressed.
Thank you, Representative Mangiapudi. I observe everyone here and I'm learning from everyone.
It's one nice thing about this committee. It's always been, for the most part, very nonpartisan, because the issues that we deal with are pretty universal things that towns and cities have to deal with. So it's nice. It's nice to get to know somebody in a nice way rather than a confrontational way, in my opinion. I could be wrong.
That's true. The only reason I came to the House was to fight bad bills.
I always thought one of the wisest things we did in the towns anyway was to not identify the political party of the people who are running for local offices, because it really, when you're in the local office and you have that experience, it's a universal kind of thing. And there's no I don't think there's a Democratic or a Republican viewpoint on certain issues that we all face as town officers. And I think we bring that neutrality with us into this committee. And I think that's a really good thing, personally.
I was just going to make that comment. When I served on the school board and until I ran for state rep, I was an independent, and no party affiliation or D or an R. So it was, I think governing has to be like that. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Oh.
Representative Dolan, you'll just have to go to the computer near the TV and click on mute. Ah, perfect.
Okay, we just did it. We have a new technical expert.
Fantastic.
Oh, am I going to have to share my considerable salary for doing this with that person?
We already took it away from me, Jim.
Happy to give it back with all the pay and compensation that comes with it.
Quite all right.
Yeah, but you get to sit at the big table.
Quite all right.
And the power and the prestige.
All right, King.
We already knew he was the king.
My crown.
I was going to ask for his crown and scepter. Yes, absolutely. Don't get us started now.
Representative Dolan, I don't know if you can hear me. Can you? We have two hands up in the from the attendees. One from Representative Edwards saying he signed up to speak a little while ago for 2 minutes, and Representative Sykes. We're going into executive session though now, right?
Right, there's no public testimony.
There's no public testimony. I'll just ask for clarity from them and to follow up with you, if that's okay, about their about whatever testimony they wanted to provide.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
What they're welcome to do is that they have some testimony on bills that we've heard. They're welcome to send them to the committee, and we'll have the clerk put it in our file folder for them.
Okay, I'll make sure to send that off.
So everybody knows that we go to executive session for the committee only, and only in rare exceptions do we take outside comment.
Losing you again, Representative Dolan.
Is that better?
Try it again.
Is that better?
Yes.
Seems
Yes.
it, yeah.
Okay.
I'm trying to find this one. Oh, here you go.
All right, so we're going to open the executive session for the Municipal and County Government Committee today. And we have several bills to consider. The first one, let me ask a ranking member, you had expressed an interest in the order of bills for one particular bill earlier in the week. Do you still have that, or does it make any difference?
No, we're all set now. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Does anybody else, I'd like to try to be as accommodating as possible. Is anybody else going to have to leave the meeting early and wants to vote on a bill before they leave? And I'll rearrange the schedule so that we can do that for you. Not seeing any requests.
Mr. Chair, having this virtual option will tie me down here and I will participate till the end. Thank you.
Thank you for doing that. So let's consider House Bill 79 first. House Bill 79 here. That was the one about town health officers working with DHHS at the state.
Chairman?
Yes.
Everett McBride here. I would move that ought to pass.
Okay, we have a motion of ought to pass. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, Representative Lascelles seconds it. Is there any discussion?
I just want to make a comment. It seems like a good opportunity. The pandemic has really given us an opportunity to be better prepared in what we learned in the last 1 year. I think I commend the sponsors and all the people that have worked together to, in a bipartisan way, to put this together. It's a good bill.
Remind me, was that Representative McBride that made the motion?
Yes, it was Representative McBride. Yes.
Thank you. Okay, so we have an ought to pass motion with a second, no amendments, and I ask the clerk to take the roll call.
Representative Piemonte,
Yes.
clerk votes yes. Representative Tripp,
Yes.
Representative Guthrie,
Yes.
Representative Lascelles,
Yes.
Representative McBride,
Yes.
Representative Melvin,
No,
no.
no,
Representative Ayer, Representative Ayer, Representative Power,
Yes.
Representative Porter,
Yes.
Representative Levine,
Yes. Okay.
I had to think about it. Representative Jones,
Yes.
Representative Majori,
Oh, boy. Yes, there I am.
Representative Davis,
Yes.
Representative Mangaputi,
Loud yes.
Representative Van,
Yes.
Representative Lee,
Yes.
Representative Gallagher,
Yes.
okay, Representative Ayer, Representative Ayer.
You didn't call in the chair.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We're having a hard time hearing you, Representative. I think Representative Van didn't hear you.
John, you have a mic near you.
Yeah, right here.
Are you having
And while
trouble
you look,
with the clerk or the chair?
The clerk. What was the name before the chair?
Representative Ayer,
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. We couldn't hear that, and I wanted to make sure nobody got left out.
and I will say, I have not received a response from Representative Ayer to the invitation to rejoin the meeting, and I see no messages here.
The chair votes yes.
yes. Passes 17-1. And with that, go on the consent calendar.
And without objection, I'll submit that to the consent calendar. Remember, the rules for the consent calendar, it has to be unanimous or not have more than one negative vote. So if it was 16-2, I would not be able to put it on the consent calendar. Or if any of you object to it being there, that would disqualify it as well.
Mr. Chair, I have a question. Isn't it the practice if it has a FN attached to it, it cannot go on consent calendar? Is that the practice or no?
If it has FN, it just means that it has to be examined for its financial impact.
No, no, Representative Mangiaputi actually is correct. We're not supposed to put any bills on the consent calendar that are FN bills, even if we have a unanimous vote. That's the rule that I used to have anyway. We used to have then.
I wasn't aware of that.
Yeah.
You haven't given me that advice yet, so I'll educate myself.
Representative Dolan, you did not serve with Representative Valencourt, who would pull any bill off the consent calendar if it had an FN on it and berate us for minutes about it. So
That was my experience, my first term.
Yeah, Representative Dolan, I'm having trouble hearing you. You're going in and out. So snuggle up to your microphone, please.
Okay, if I get much closer, I'm gonna be swallowing it. Okay.
Representative Trelevin, I couldn't hear you.
Okay, I see what you did there. The next bill we're gonna consider is House Bill 88.
Mr. Chair, I move that HB 88 ought to pass.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Representative Davis. Is there any discussion?
I can't hear you.
Is there any discussion?
Just a curiosity question. How do we usually reconcile the blue sheet responses? So far, we've been good. Like there's more support than nays.
Yeah, there's no reconciliation. It's just input for the committee to consider when you're making your votes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. I have a question on this.
Cannot hear the
Can't hear
question.
who's speaking.
Can you hear me now?
Yes?
Okay. I noticed they took out the manager from any influence in making decisions on the commission. And I just felt that, does anybody have any clarity on that? Because of experience on it, I just wondered why they would move somebody out like that. And it isn't just for motions and along those lines.
I'm not sure I heard your whole question, Representative, but my understanding is that there was just one person who was making the appointments for the police commission, and they wanted to have the city council take that job back so that the city council was making the appointments, not just one individual making all three appointments. Does that answer your question?
Somewhat. Why didn't they keep her involved in the decision-making process? Any ideas?
I'm sorry, I just didn't hear you, the rest of what you said.
I'm just asking why they didn't keep the manager involved in any of the decision-making processes.
I don't know the answer to that question.
All right.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. I'll ask the clerk to take the roll call on House Bill 88.
I'm having a hard time hearing.
So am I.
Yep.
Are you monitoring?
You have to face your mic, sir. Sorry.
What?
Chairman Dolan, you have to look at the microphone. If you look away, because yours is not attached to your head, then we lose you when you look away. There you go.
Right now.
Try it now.
Any better?
Oh, way better. Yeah, there you go. I will now mute myself so that I don't blurt anything else.
I'll take all the help I can get. Okay, Mr. Clerk, please take a roll.
Okay, it's ought to pass on HB 88. Representative Tremonti?
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Tripp?
Yes.
Representative Guthrie?
Yes.
Representative LaSalle's?
Yes.
Representative McBride?
Yes.
Representative Melvin?
Yes.
Representative Ayer? Okay. Representative Power?
Yes.
Representative Porter?
Yes.
Thank you. Representative Trey?
Trelevin.
11.
11 McDonald, yes.
Okay, thank you. You got it. Representative Gilman?
Yes.
Representative Majori?
Yes.
Representative Davis?
Yes.
Representative Magaputi?
Yes.
Representative Van?
Yes.
Okay. Representative Klee?
Yes.
Representative Gallagher?
Yes.
And Chairman Dolan?
Yes.
Passes 18-0. Would you like another consent calendar?
Well, this is not an FN bill.
I know.
That's what I see, no.
Yes, without objection, we'll place this on the consent calendar. And the next bill to take up is House Bill 183, which has become commonly known as the lemonade stand bill. So I'm going to make a motion for an amendment, like I told you about, and that's the amendment number 2021-0092H as in hotel. This amendment is a simple amendment that just changes the terms from lemonade stand to soft drink stand. So that, well, let's leave it at that. If you want to have discussion, we can. So I want to make a motion to amend the bill as I just indicated.
Second, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any discussion on the amendment?
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, thank you. I think the amendment makes the bill better, so I'm going to be supporting it.
Representative Power?
Just have a process question. So first we're going to vote on the amendment and then we vote on the amended bill. Correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Representative Davis?
What about bake sales?
That's a different bill.
What about Girl Scouts?
No, there'll be no Girl Scouts.
Seriously though, and it just seems to single out one type of activity out of a range of activities that are similar in nature, and carves out an exception for that one activity. It seems frivolous to me.
Yes, in the fact that it could be said this is a solution looking for a problem. We don't have any indication that law enforcement has been harassing any of our young people around this issue. But this is what it is. I've amended it to try to clean it up a bit from just the lemonade stand because they want to sell water or Coke or Kool-Aid or whatever, that fixes that part. But I understand. I think we would, if you want to submit a bill for bake sales for next session, I think that we could do that as well. If you think. Yeah, Representative Fiamani, you got a comment?
Yeah, I just want to say this is basically for the kids. You know, when I don't know, you see guys except to Miss Representative Guthrie is older than I, but when I was a kid, we used to have a lemonade stand, 5 cents a cup or whatever the thing was. And that's all this is for. It isn't for anything else. It's giving them some recognition. I know the Boy Scouts can do it. The Girl Scouts can do it. There's, I haven't seen, and I'm nothing against your bake sales, Representative Stuyvesant, but I haven't seen many in the front yard having the bake sales. So maybe it could be with another bill for next year, and I would support that. I'll let you know right now.
All right, and I'll use the French pronunciation for Representative Trelevi.
Representative Relevant to you, Monsieur Chair. I think this bill is frivolous. I think it's a waste of our time. It was a waste of our time last year. It's a waste of our time this year. To understand what Representative Porter said, soft drinks is broader than just lemonade stands, but you know, this is trying to take us back to an era that we're not in anymore. Stop wasting my time. I'll be voting against.
Okay, Representative Clee?
Thank you very much. I have similar comments as the last speaker. I fear the unintended consequences. I agree that this is for the children. I also agree with Mr. Chairman, what you had mentioned, a solution in search of a problem. From what I've been able to investigate and so on, I haven't seen anything that's happened throughout our country in almost 10 years. I'm afraid that what it'll do is it'll give license to those who want to put children in front of a professional lemonade stand, and they're running it, and then all the money becomes non-taxable. And while I agree that we think, well, it'll only be 50 cents or 25 cents, that would be yes for a children's lemonade stand. But if they put it at a race or in front of a ballpark or something to that nature, we really could be going down a slippery slope. And then people are going to turn around and say, well, but what of this, what of that? You know, whether it's the bake sales, okay, so the children have made brownies to go with it. And I guess I'm starting to get a little concerned about it. And while I'm still new on this committee, I think I have to vote against this one. Thank you.
Would that slippery slope be greased by lemonade?
Hold on a second. Administratively, we are now presented with a motion for the amendment. We're not talking about the bill as amended yet. This is just for the amendment to change lemonade to soft drinks at this point. So if those of you have your hands up, if you still want to talk just about the amendment, then we'll go for that. So Representative Porter?
I just want to urge my colleagues here that the amendment makes the bill better. And if the bill is to pass without the amendment, that's doing, I think, harm. So that's why I would urge us to vote for the amendment and then deal with the bill separately as amended.
Thank you. Representative Manchaputi?
I will hold my comment for Octopus as amended.
Okay. Seeing no other hands up, we have a motion for an amendment with a second. I'll ask the clerk to take the roll.
Okay, this is going to be a roll call for HB 183, Amendment 2021-0092H. Representative
A little bit
Piemonte.
louder, John.
Representative Piemonte.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Tripp.
Yes.
Representative Guthrie.
Yes.
Representative LaSalle's.
Yes.
Representative McBride.
Yes.
Representative Melvin.
Yes.
Representative Ayer. Representative Power.
Yes.
Representative Porter.
Yes.
Representative Trey Levin.
Yes.
Representative Gilman.
Yes.
Representative Majori.
Yes.
Representative Davis.
Yes.
Representative Magaputi.
Yes.
Representative Van.
Yes.
Representative Clee.
Yes.
Representative Gallagher.
Yes.
And Chairman Dolan.
Yes.
Motion passes 18-0.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion that that the OTP House Bill 183 as amended.
Second, Mr. Chairman.
Is that Representative McBride?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
I'd ask the clerk, is there any discussion as amended? Yes.
Yeah.
Representative Manchaputi?
Yes, I think this is a bill that is looking for a problem. So I really cannot support it. And even though your amendment did make the bill a little better, it's still, my neighborhood kids sell lemonade and cookies in their front yard. So now I have to go say, no, you can't sell the cookies. You can only sell the lemonade or water. So it just does not make sense. So I will be voting against.
Okay, Representative Porter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Aside from the fact that some of us think it's a frivolous bill, I think it was Cordell Johnston's testimony that kind of struck me. If a kid puts up his lemonade stand in a dangerous place, this bill would prevent the authorities from interfering with him, which means they can't go and tell him to please move, or if they did, they would be violating this that we're passing. I think it's a concern. It's not just we don't want them selling the lemonade, but if they're in a dangerous situation, there's no adult supervision, and the police officer's hands are tied because he can't go and help to move the child to a safer place, that's a concern. So just to throw that out there.
Thank you. Representative Maggioriti?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One of the members of former selectman here in Northampton and a member of the planning board continues to say so often after 15 years, we don't understand the consequences of our actions until they're tested. I just feel, and I've seen it time and time again, the minute we put something down on paper, people test the limits. And I'll repeat then, unfortunately, what I've heard. I just think we're creating a solution for a problem that doesn't exist, but then may suddenly bubble up to the surface, with all due respect to the positive things that this may prevent or give us a way out of. So unfortunately, I'll be voting against.
Okay. So let's see. Oh, you lowered your own hand. You're so technically smart. Okay, so we have a motion to OTP as amended for House Bill 183. I ask the clerk to take the roll.
Okay, HB 183 ought to pass. Representative Piemonte?
Yes, as amended, right?
Right.
Yes, amended. Clerk votes yes. Representative Tripp?
No.
Representative Guthrie?
Yes.
Representative Lascelles?
Yes.
Representative McBride?
Yes.
Representative Melvin?
Yes.
Representative Vea? Representative Power?
Yes.
Representative Porter?
No.
Representative Levin?
No.
Representative Gilman?
No.
Representative Majori?
No.
Representative Davis?
No.
Representative Magaputi?
No.
Representative Van?
No.
Representative Klee?
No.
Representative Gallagher?
No.
And Chairman Dolan.
Yes.
Uh-oh.
A motion fails 8 to 10.
What was it?
8 to 10. 8 to 10. Okay, the motion failed, so I'll be looking for a new motion at this point.
Mr. Chair, I move HB 183 inexpedient to legislate.
As amended.
Seconded.
Made and seconded. Do you have both these names?
No, I don't, sorry.
Matt Mangiaputi is the second. Porter was the motion.
Excuse me, someone said as amended. It's not as amended when it's an ITL motion, because we amended the bill that just failed. Now we're back to the original bill.
Thank you.
So the motion has been made and seconded to ITL. Let's take the roll.
We lose volume?
Did we lose Representative
We can't see him, so we don't know what he's doing. We thought he might
Very-
have gone out for coffee.
Representative
missed-
Van, lemonade.
Oh, right, I forgot. And a Girl
No,
Scout
no.
cookie.
I
Something
missed seeing Representative
Davis
McDonald to my left. He was to my left passing the blue sheets all the time last year.
Take the roll. The motion is on HB 183 ITL.
We can't hear you.
Motion is on HB 183 ITL. Representative Tremonti?
No.
Representative Tripp?
Oh, yes. I couldn't hear you.
Oh, right.
Representative Guthrie?
Yes.
Representative LaSalle's?
No.
Representative McBride?
Oh,
One more time, please.
no.
Representative Melvin?
No.
Representative Ayer? Representative Power?
No.
Representative Porter?
Yes.
Representative Fairlevin?
Yes.
Representative Gilman?
Yes.
Representative Majori?
Yes.
Representative Stavis?
Yes.
Representative Magaputi?
Yes.
Representative Van?
Yes.
Representative Klee?
Yes.
Representative Gallagher?
Yes.
And Representative Dolan?
No.
Motion passes 11-7.
Okay. Thank you. All right, let's move on to House Bill 332. 332, as a reminder, was developments of regional impacts by a planning board. And we have a motion by Representative McBride.
Yes, sir. I move that ought to pass.
Second.
And who seconded?
Tripp. Representative Tripp.
Representative Tripp. Okay, you have that, John? Yep. Okay, any discussion? Representative Mangiaputi?
Mr. Chair, is it my recollection, was there a discussion about retaining it or am I imagining?
I didn't hear what you said.
The question was there a discussion about retaining it? I don't have that in my notes. Does anybody else have a recollection of retaining this bill in the early discussion?
No.
I guess the answer is no. Representative Porter?
I do remember thank you, Mr. Chair. I do remember in our discussions, however, that the Municipal Association came out against it, and they wanted to just work with the sponsor of the bill to fix the language that they had concerns about. And so I'm wondering if that amendment came through, it would concern me if the Municipal Association had a concern and it hasn't been addressed.
Okay, no, I'm not aware of an amendment coming through on 332.
Thank you. That was the thing that was stuck in my head. There was something to.
Yeah, that was Mr. Graves was the representative from NHMA that had the concern.
Yes.
Well, Mr. Chair, I'm sorry to jump in, and there is an email that we got yesterday about 332.
That's right.
But it doesn't seem to say that an amendment is going to be forthcoming.
No, my reading of that, my reading of that email was that in fact the sponsor believed that the bill as written really did answer the question brought up by the person who, the municipal association person.
Right, I do
So
remember.
So I think their plan is that we should vote on the bill as proposed.
Representative Power?
So just to lend or contribute to what the discussion here, my notes say that Natch Grays from the New Hampshire Municipal Association opposed the bill as written, and he offered to work with the sponsor, but he's willing to do whatever the sponsor wants to do as far as an amendment. So that's what my notes say.
Thank you. Representative Porter?
But the sponsor refused the offer.
Yes, I believe that's correct.
I mean, that's how I read the email. So I guess that's my concern. If we had heard from the Municipal Association that they had conferred with the sponsor and agreed with the sponsor that they had misunderstood, I would feel a little more comfortable, but that's not how I read the email.
Representative Matchaputi?
Yeah, that my reading was also similar. There is the prime sponsor was offered collaboration from NHMA, and that was not received. So to me, it seems like an incomplete bill.
Mr. Chairman?
Is that Representative McBride?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. I spoke with our planning director specifically about this bill, and he specifically told me he had no problems at all with it.
Okay, Representative Maggiore?
Oh, thank you. I was just going to reiterate what everybody's saying, and by quoting what's in the email, it says, "I feel that the requested changes to the bill are addressing a different intent than what is in this bill as submitted." That seems an indication that we won't be receiving an amendment.
So we have a motion and a second. Ask the clerk to take the roll on House Bill 332.
Okay, HB 332, motion not to pass. Representative Piemonte?
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Tripp?
No.
Representative Guthrie?
Yes.
Representative LaSalle's?
Yes.
Representative McBride?
Yes.
Representative Melvin?
Yes.
Representative Ayer? Representative Power?
Yes.
Representative Porter?
I really am conflicted. I'm going to have to vote no. I just wish that I had heard back from the Municipal Association something different.
Representative 11?
No.
Representative Gilman?
No.
Representative Majority?
No, for the same reasons that I heard from Representative Porter.
Representative Stavis?
No, for the same reasons.
Representative Mangaputi?
No, for the same reason.
Representative Van?
Yes, I'm thinking, yes.
Representative Klee?
No.
Representative Gallagher?
No.
Representative Dolan?
Yes.
Uh-oh.
9-9.
Okay, that motion failed. So I'll be looking for a new motion.
Mr. Chair, when a motion is tied like this, it means there's no recommendation. And that means that the floor, the House's full body makes the determination. We could have another vote on a different motion maybe, and it might change the vote.
You are correct. What is the feeling of the committee? Do you want to try a different motion, or do you just want to leave it tied and send it to the floor? You could do a motion to ITL, you could do a motion to retain.
Could we not retain in some fashion and seek more clarity from NHMA?
We can, but the bill won't come back up until the next year.
Mr. Chair, could we ask Christina? Perhaps she has a knowledge of procedure that we don't have, maybe?
Oh, you said it correctly. If you can either take a motion, another motion, if you'd like. Or are you asking about retaining? What was your question?
The question is, can we take another motion? If you're saying we can, then that might be a wise way to go, or put it up for the House to vote. Okay, that's my opinion. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Representative Guthrie?
If we do take no action, just refer it to the whole body without a recommendation between now and when it comes before the House, we may have some,
Might know more, yeah.
somebody can get up and explain that and let the House vote.
Yeah, that's
Otherwise,
true.
it's ITL or retain, and that's.
Right, I believe that if we keep the 9-9 vote and refer it to the House without a recommendation, we can, during the debate and we can talk to it, but we can't change the vote.
No, I understand that, but the House is the one that's going to vote.
Right.
So it'll give them an opportunity.
Right. That's an
It seems
option.
like the concern of most of the members that voted no was that they were not clear about what was coming from the municipal government, municipal association. And I think that that way we could at least not lose the bill if in fact this does do what I think it does. It's a housekeeping bill. It happens to be one of the co-sponsors is my senator.
So, Mr. Chair, I do have a question, or Christina. Could we recess this executive session on this bill and bring it back the next time we meet, and maybe someone reach out and see what's happening from the Municipal Association? Is that allowable?
I don't believe we can because we've already taken a vote.
Okay, I don't know, that's why I asked.
If you choose to keep it without a recommendation, you'll just have to write 2 reports, one for the motion, or one recommending and one not recommending.
Could years for writing those up?
Yeah.
Representative Mangiaputi, you want to write up why we shouldn't?
No. I'm just trying to say, considering that we are in the middle of a pandemic and we are trying to conserve the time and effort that we put in as a full member in a session, I'm thinking, if we retain and work it, at least it's much clearer. The reason I voted no was it didn't feel complete. We hadn't done it.
One of our options is to retain. If we take a new vote, we can take a new vote to ITL or a vote to retain.
Yeah, that was I was thinking. Take a new vote. That's my suggestion.
Representative Klee, you have a recommendation?
I'm not so sure about a recommendation, and maybe I'm just not quite understanding. Is retain the only option? Is there a way of just, I know we've taken a vote and it's tied. So is ITL or retain the only options that we have? Is there a way of, I don't want to use the word table, but I guess that is kind of what I am. Basically hold it not for next year, but hold it for, as Representative Porter said, maybe our next meeting or something to that nature. That's just, I want to know that's ability.
That a motion to table would not be in order.
That's correct.
Yeah.
So your options are either ITL, retain, or no recommendation.
I'm sorry, was that Christina?
Yes.
Can you repeat that?
So your options are ITL, retain, or no recommendation.
Right. Representative McDonald?
I'll do a motion to ITL.
Well, before I accept that motion, I have some additional discussion that I think I want to take first. Representative?
No, I was just going to say we send it on with no recommendation.
Okay, Representative Maggiore?
And I was just going to say, at this point, it's our bill, so I don't want this to sound disrespectful, but the sponsor now, his intent of the bill may be different, but we have been presented with an opportunity to actually take his bill, have it comport with the law with the help of NHMA. So either that be done by, I would say if we can do that through retaining it or through an amendment on the floor, I would be good that way. But otherwise, we've shown the unwillingness from the sponsor to change it because he has a different direction for the bill. So
I think
I just see an opportunity.
the comment echoes Representative Guthrie's recommendation, which is to send it to the floor 9-9, and then it can be resolved on the floor either with an amendment there or with an explanation. Representative Van.
Yeah, I was just going to say that I do think that what we should do is send it without a recommendation. And if we determine after a conversation with NHMA that a floor amendment is in order, file a floor amendment and deal with it that way. I think that's our best choice at this point.
Okay, do you have one more comment, Representative Mangiapudi?
I'm just trying to think about the time and effort that's needed in a full session, and we don't even know where we're going to meet and that kind of stuff. So it's just in the interest of time and efficiency. I feel like this can wait till next time, or that's just my personal opinion.
Representative Porter?
If we send it without a motion, without a recommendation, and come to the House with a floor amendment, then whoever is presenting first, which I think the first speaker is the negative, the ITL speaker would be the first speaker, could say, we have an amendment, now we're recommending that this pass with this amendment or not. I think it's an option. I think it's a wise option.
Looks like there's no additional comments, so I'm inclined to send this forward with a 9-9 vote. And if I look for 2 volunteers, one to write up a report that it should be passed, and one write up a report it should be ITL. Do we have volunteers? Who wants to volunteer that it should be ITL or not passed?
Take it, Mr. Chair, but I've already got 3 or 4 that I've got to do, so. Somebody else want to take it?
I am not sure if I'm going to be there at the full session or not, so I don't want to volunteer. I would otherwise.
I can take this one.
Okay, and do I have a volunteer to write up
He is the king.
The OTP side of it? Can I ask maybe Representative McBride? I think you're still on mute, though.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I'm not sure whether I'll be there either or not, but I'll put something together, sure.
Okay, yeah, it's just something that go into the House calendar.
Okay.
And just submit that to the clerk.
Okay, thank you. I'll do that.
Mr. Chair, can I ask a follow-up? Oh, I'm sorry, Marjorie, your hand's up first. My question is, then what is going to be the process then for looking for that amendment? Should that just be a decision among those who voted against, that we'll just assign somebody to go look for that amendment?
Yeah, those who voted against it ought to get together and say, how do we make this bill better with an amendment? And then produce that amendment. And, I certainly think that there's enough professional association on the committee that if the bill gets better, the committee will vote for it in the full House and probably even speak to it as well. Fellowship, that's the word I was looking for, fellowship.
Unity.
Representative Van, you had your hand up?
I do. I have to leave the room to go talk to the electrician for 5 minutes. I'll come back, and if you've got a motion on the floor, of course, I won't vote. I'll wait for the next one.
Okay, I can tell you the next bill we're going to vote on is going to be 404.
Okay. Which one? Remind me of 404.
I'm sorry, it's 380, Bill 380, which was election of Grafton County Commissioners.
Oh, right. Okay. All right. I'm going to go talk to the electrician. I'll be right back.
Okay. So, Mr. Clerk, we have a tie vote on 332 at 9-9, and we have two authors perched and ready to write some literary wonderment that will help convince the House one way or the other.
Yeah, Representative McBride, Arthur Pass supporter, and Representative Majority, ITL.
Right. Okay, the next bill that we're going to take up in executive session is Bill 380. 380, if you remember, 380 was the county commissioners in Grafton, the election of the county commissioners in Grafton. Anybody have any strong feelings, would like to make a motion on this bill?
Mr. Chairman, I move OTP on House Bill 380.
That's from Representative Tripp. Is there a second?
Yes.
Second. A second from Representative Guthrie for OTP. Is there any discussion?
Yes.
Representative Porter?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to make sure everybody had a chance to read the testimony that Representative Smith had sent to us. If you remember, she was not able to get into the meeting to testify, and she wanted to make sure that we had her information.
Read that. Representative Melvin, you want to take a recess? Did I see you nodding your head? No. Okay, so we have a motion and we have a second. Mr. Clerk, would you take a roll?
Okay, roll call vote on Arthur Pass, House Bill 380. Representative Piemonte?
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Tripp?
Yes.
Representative Guthrie?
Yes.
Representative LaSalle's?
Yes.
Representative McBride?
Yes.
Representative Melvin?
Yes.
Representative Power?
Yes.
Representative Porter?
Yes.
Representative 311?
Yes.
We're back to the English.
Tobin?
Yes.
Representative Majority?
Yes.
Representative Davis?
Yes.
Representative Mangaputi?
Yes.
Representative Van? Representative Klee?
Yes.
Representative Gallagher?
Yes.
And Representative Chairman Dolan.
Yes.
17-0.
Without objection, I'll place this in the consent calendar. Representative Porter, do you have a question? I saw your hand up.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I can't see it's up. I'm sorry.
It's all right.
Oh, there it was again.
I know.
All right, we're going to move on next to House Bill 404. Remember, that was the preambulation bill. We had a lot of discussion, a lot of input on that one. I'd like to recognize Representative Tripp for a motion.
I move OTP on, I move ITL on House Bill 404.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second it.
Representative Lascelles is the second. Is there discussion on the preambulation bill? Representative Porter?
I think we should call it the perennial perpetual perambulation bill. I've dealt with this every year.
Triple P bill. Any other Representative Mangiapudi?
I just want to say, let's keep the history and historic perspective and tradition well and alive in New Hampshire.
Okay. Any other comments? Margiori?
Nah, forget it. I'm going to be the only one who votes for it because I think if it's important, you do it once, you get it right, and then you have a bearing to go from. And I've been out there in the woods and I've gotten eaten by the mosquitoes and I'm going to vote for it. And there you go. Darn it. Give me some lemonade.
Can I jump in there, Mr. Chairman, for a minute?
I think what you need is probably some off for the mosquitoes. Another comment did I hear?
No,
Yeah,
no,
Mr.
no,
Chairman,
no need mosquito repellent. No
I can't find my raise my hand, so I apologize, Mr. Chairman. But I agree with Jim, Representative. Yeah, absolutely, I did it. I'm the last selectman in the town of Salem in 2007 to walk the bounds, and the markers are clear. They're there. They've never moved. Some of them they're big granite markers stamped 1890, and I'm telling you, they don't move. And the fact is, if there is a border dispute, then yes, you will send somebody out to verify it. Beyond that, it's a waste of time. And I'm the last selectman to do it. In 2007, we walked the whole town. We submitted it. It's done, and we did it with the GPS system so that it's all documented in our complete GPS system. So again, we need to go from the 1920s to the 2020s.
Representative Power.
I guess I would submit that we should listen to the licensed surveyors. They overwhelmingly advocated for this perambulation. It's clearly no substitute for technology, and I think that we should defer to their advice. So,
thank you.
Comment. Thank you.
Representative Trillette?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. I couldn't hear you. First of all, I think we need to all chip in for lemonade to put into King Maggiori's crown, so he can take lemonade out with him when he perambulates in his town. I hear you, Representative McBride, loud and clear. I know it's a pain in the tush to do it, although I've never done it. I've just heard. Yet I will not be supporting this bill, mainly because one person said, and another person echoed it, if there's something that you're told you should do, but there's nothing that makes you do it, then you don't do it. So I think we need to say to our cities and towns, you best be paying attention to the boundaries every 7 years or so. It's good for you, like lemonade. Thank you.
Representative Power? Did you have additional comments?
No, I'm sorry. I just didn't lower my hand.
Representative Mangiapudi?
I just want to keep my son's elected fence viewer position in Vermont, and so that let it live very alive in New Hampshire.
Okay. All right. That looks like we finished the discussion on that. So we have a motion to ITL and a second. I ask the clerk to call the roll.
Okay, roll call on HB 44 ITL. Representative Tremonti?
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Tripp?
Yes.
Representative Guthrie?
Yes.
Representative LaSalle's?
Yes.
Representative McBride?
No.
Representative Melvin?
Yes.
Representative Villa? Representative Power?
Yes.
Representative Porter?
Yes.
Representative Trelevin?
Yes.
Representative Gilman?
Yes.
Representative Majori?
Really? You gonna ask me? You just, yes.
Yes?
Yes. 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 So we can go on consent.
Representative Davis,
Yes.
Representative Megapudi,
Yes.
Representative Van,
Absolutely, yes.
Representative Klee,
Yes.
and Representative Gallagher.
Yes.
And Chairman Dolan,
Yes.
17-1 on consent.
Without objection, I'll place this on the consent calendar. No objections. Our next bill, thank you all. Our next bill is going to be Bill 445. Bill 445 has had an issue that was raised with a lot of concern from NHMA that there was a severe legal problem with this bill, and it needs to be fixed. So at this point, I'm going to entertain a motion from Representative Lascelles.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we retain Bill 445.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Representative Melvin. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please, clerk. It's 445 to retain.
Okay, the motion is roll call HB 445 to retain. Representative Piemonte,
Yes.
clerk votes yes. Representative Tripp,
Yes.
Representative Guthrie,
Yes.
Representative Lascelles,
Yes.
Representative McBride,
Yes.
Representative Melvin,
Yes.
Representative Ayer, Representative Power,
Yes.
Representative Porter,
Yes.
Representative Trelevin,
Yes.
Representative Jones,
Yes.
Representative Majori,
Yes.
Representative Davis,
Yeah.
Representative Megapudi,
Yes.
Representative Van,
Yes.
Representative Klee,
Yes.
Representative Gallagher,
Yes.
and Chairman Dolan.
Yes.
18-0.
Without objection, I'll put this in the consent calendar, but I would like to ask for a volunteer to work with NHMA to extract a strategy of how we should move forward with this and what needs to be changed in order to make it more legal. Does anyone have an interest in this topic and would like to work with NHMA?
I would volunteer if I can do it on virtually, at least until this clarifies.
I believe the point of contact would be Cordell Johnson.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Thank you for volunteering. Okay, we're gonna need to write up why retain, right?
No. No, it doesn't go in the
No.
calendar if you retain it.
Okay, we don't need to write up. Good. Okay. Yes, consent. Without objection, the consent. Yes.
Can I ask a question, please?
Yes.
Who seconded that motion?
Melvin?
Yeah, oh, okay.
Representative Melvin.
Very good. Thank you.
Okay, the next bill we're gonna take up is Bill 459.
There, I just want to let you know, my husband just walked through the door. He's in another room after a day of work.
Thank you for that notice. I'd like to recognize Representative Piemonte for the recommendation of an amendment for 459.
Okay, I make a motion to pass as an amendment, it's 21-0250H. And that clarifies, if you want me to go into that?
Yes, please.
It clarifies the issue of standing, and the bill itself said there was a situation where anyone in the state could have standing on this and not come from that particular town. And the amendment changes that to anyone can have standing in the state, but has to come from the town that needs the specification on.
Second, Mr. Chairman.
Motion's been made and seconded by Representative McBride on the amendment. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, I see one hand up, two hands up. Representative Mangiapudi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just clarify what that amendment does. The 0 or 1 on, this is the one, right? You have a line item which says 0 or 1 to be able to put, yeah. So what does the amendment clarify?
It allows standing, but you can't just be from any town to file a complaint on the situation, okay? And you have to be from the town, like from Nashua, you would have to be from Nashua, or from Chester, you would have to be from Chester. You couldn't be from Nashua and file a complaint in Chester on that. I'm trying to find my.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Can I just get that amendment number again?
Yes, it's 21-0250H.
Representative Porter had her hand up.
Yes, Mr. Chair, once again, the amendment improves the bill. So it would be good to pass the amendment, in my opinion.
Okay. All right, I'd like to ask the clerk to take a roll on the amendment only.
Okay, roll call vote, HB 459, amendment 0250H. Representative Piemonte,
Yes.
clerk votes yes. Representative Tripp,
Yes.
Representative Guthrie,
Yes.
Representative Lascelles,
Yes.
Representative McBride,
Yes.
Representative Melvin,
Yes.
Representative Ayer, Representative Power,
Yes.
Representative Porter,
Yes,
Representative Trey Levin,
Yes.
Representative Gilman,
Yes.
Representative Majori,
Yes.
Representative Davis,
Yes.
Representative Mangiapudi,
Yes.
Representative Van,
Yes.
Representative Clee,
Yes.
Representative Gallagher,
Yes.
and Chairman Dolan,
Yes.
18-0.
Okay, the amendment passes 18-0. So I'd like to look for a motion to OTP 459 as amended.
I'll make a motion on House Bill 459 OTP as amended with 0250H.
Is there, and we have a second from Representative Melvin. Any discussion? Representative Porter?
I'm too fast on that raise your hand thing. I will be voting against this bill. As I vote for against any bill that seeks to be punitive against a local official who's a volunteer and force them to face court charges that they themselves have to pay for because somebody believes they have done something that they don't like. I think it's a chilling action to take, especially in small towns where we have a hard time finding volunteers for the zero salary positions, to know you might be in a position where if you do something someone doesn't like, you'll be brought to court and you have to pay for it yourself. I also believe, because I've served on boards, my husband served on boards, most of us in this room have served on boards, that we don't do things on purpose to be evil and do things against the taxpayers, because we're all taxpayers. And I think this is just a slap in the face to those people who volunteer their job, their time to make their communities better. So for that reason, I'll be voting no on the ought to pass as amended.
Okay, I have one question. I have to take over for Tom. We're in a voting mode for this executive It's my interpretation, we cannot pause this at this time, correct? For Marjorie, I'm putting that to you or anybody.
I think we're in the voting mode.
So we cannot pause voting at this time. I believe that to be. So, anybody else have any comments?
I do, Mr. Chair, Representative Trelevin here. I'm with Representative Porter, and the part of this bill that gets me the most is the sentence that says, upon a good faith belief that a county, city, town, or other local government entity has violated. Well, who's to say what my good faith belief is versus your good faith belief or Representative Tripp's good faith belief or anyone else's good faith belief? I think this is a pretty poorly written bill. The amendment may improve it, and it may have been well intentioned, but it's not a good bill. It's long, it's complicated, and it does attack individuals unnecessarily who are the backbone of our government.
Does anybody else want to speak on this?
I just want to second that, the comments that made by my previous, I bit my tongue. And I think it is very punitive, and in times when we need citizen legislators, good citizens working at all levels of government to live in that fear of being taken to court because somebody else's good faith is not my good faith. So that is pitting one against the other. And this is not the time for it, and I would not support it.
Okay, thank you. Representative Klee?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess my comment is, I'm almost just saying ditto, but I can say that as being an alderman in Nashville, we have a hard time getting volunteers to sit on the zoning board or various other boards. We literally sometimes we have to beat the bushes to get volunteers. And I'm sure all the towns, especially small towns, have the same thing. And if anybody has this anxiety that something is hanging over their head, I know our zoning board already has a little anxiety about different types of things. So for those reasons, I do agree. I think this is well intentioned, but I fear that we're going to just push volunteers away, and I don't want to see that happen. We need more people in government.
Thank you very much. Representative Davis.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I feel that this is a mean-spirited bill. I feel that it is a bill that assumes wrongdoing on the part of volunteers for public office when there may be no wrongdoing, but the burden of proof would rest on those who are charged as opposed to those who charge them. And that to me is contrary to everything that I understand about our justice system and about good government. So I will not support this bill.
Okay, Representative Maggiore?
No, she already spoke. I'm sorry.
Oh, you already spoke?
Gilman and
Representative Gilman?
I'm sorry, Maggiore speak. I thought you said Maggiore.
Okay, I'm sorry.
That's quite all right. I'll be very brief. First of all, this came as a shock to me, this bill, because the town of Northampton has never transferred something into a line that was zeroed out. We had a legal opinion on that because of a question raised by the budget committee. So if this bill ended before Roman 2 under the new section, I probably would be okay with it, but now cannot vote for this for the same reason that Representative Trelevin has pointed out, and would add any citizen of the state aggrieved, not of your town, not of your county, any citizen of the state aggrieved. This is an overreach, and is I will echo what Representative Davis said, mean-spirited. So I cannot support this bill as it has been presented. Thank you.
Representative Piemonte?
Yeah, Representative Maggiore, that amendment clarifies that It only takes precedence if it's in your same town or municipality.
Any, are there any?
Apologize.
Representative Gilman, have you had a chance to speak?
No. I'd just like to, thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just like to echo the comments that have been made against this bill. But I'll add on to it. One of the things that I don't like is the requirement that the court act within 10 days. And most of our bills say these kind of land use or legislative or municipal bills would go to the top of the list or be as soon as possible. But this one is actually directing the court to act within a specific amount of time. And I find that troublesome that we interfere with the judicial branch that way.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments before we go to a vote? Okay, I'd like to call a vote on House Bill 459 as amended.
Okay, this is HB 459, order passed with amendment. Representative Piemonte,
Yes.
clerk votes yes. Representative Tripp,
No.
Representative Guthrie,
Yes.
Representative LaSalle's,
Yes.
Representative McBride.
Question. Are we voting on the amendment?
You have to pass with the amendment.
As
Just for the amendment?
no, the bill as amended.
All right, I'm voting no.
The amendment already passed.
All right. Yeah, no, I'm voting no.
Okay, Representative Melvin,
Yes.
Representative Aya, Representative Power,
Yes.
Representative Porter,
No.
Representative Trelevin,
No.
Representative Gilman,
No.
Representative Majori,
No.
Representative Davis,
Oh.
Representative Mangaputi,
No.
Representative Van,
No.
Representative Klee,
No.
Representative Gallagher,
No.
and Chairman Dolan.
Yes.
Motion fails 7-11.
Okay, with that failure, I would look for a new motion. And across the committee, anybody?
Mr. Chair, I would vote House Bill 459 inexpedient to legislate.
Second.
ITL by a motion.
Majority.
Representative Majori and seconded by
Davis?
Representative Davis. Any discussion? Seeing none, ask the clerk to call the roll.
Representative Piemonte,
No.
clerk votes no. Representative Tripp,
Yes.
Representative Guthrie,
No.
Representative LaSalle's,
No.
Representative McBride,
Yes.
Representative Melvin,
No.
Representative Aya, Representative Power,
No.
Representative Porter,
Yes.
Representative Trelevin,
Yes.
Representative Gilman,
Yes.
Representative Majori,
Yes.
Representative Davis,
Yes.
Representative Mangaputi,
Yes.
Representative Van,
Yes.
Representative Klee,
Yes.
Representative Gallagher,
Yes.
and Chairman Dolan.
No.
11-7.
So that means that House Bill 459 is recommended to ITL by a vote of 11-7. Do we have a someone to volunteer to write up the majority?
I will volunteer.
Representative Davis volunteers. We have a representative, rather a volunteer to write up the minority report. Representative Diamante will write them.
Over here.
And I saved the best to last, I think. We're going to now take up Bill 586, which is the, if you remember, it is the bill that has to do with workforce housing, training for planning board, and so forth. And this is one of our 3 early bills, so it can't be put off. So at this point, I'm gonna look for a motion by Representative Diamante.
I make a motion, we retain House Bill 586.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Representative Melvin, second. Discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll. Oh, I'm sorry, I see hands waving. Your crown on. Representative Maggiore?
I might defer to Representative Porter, but I'll probably ask the same question. Can I ask why?
Sure can.
I feel that there's no representation for the actual citizen involved in this. It's geared strictly towards the developers, and they have no representation for the smaller towns. And I was inundated from the small towns, and they said that they don't want their landscape changed. They would like to decide to do that. And I looked a little deeper, and I felt that you had to have both components here for it to work. The workforce housing and the elderly. If you have one, it fails to work. So what would be the solution to that? I'm not sure. Maybe an ordinance stating that the town may have enough workforce housing, or you have a statement of fact. And it creates a situation where the developer cannot accept the statement of fact, and he takes to court. He takes the town to court. That can be done a number of times and create a big problem with your budget, just to pay for it. So I think there's a little bit of work needs to be done on this yet along those lines. So that's why I asked to retain it.
Okay, Representative Van.
I definitely think that we should not retain this bill. My understanding of this, the history of this bill, is that this committee looked at it last year and has made the appropriate fixes. And I'd also like to remark that those letters from the small towns came from one town primarily. I did not find in my inbox an overwhelming cross-section of disapproval of this. And speaking professionally, as a person who does this for a living, I think this bill goes a long way towards stepping us in the right direction to solve the problem of our missing 25,000 housing units. Of course, the towns still have a vote. They still have a planning board. They still get to weigh in. And I think that any town that is offering a density bonus for housing for the elderly should definitely provide that same density bonus for other kinds of housing. Otherwise, we're privileging we're not privileging the people that we need as well as the elderly. I'm not for punishing the elderly, but I think it's wrong to privilege them above, people who are starting out in life, people in middle age who got divorced and need some place to live. I think that, as I said earlier this morning in my earlier testimony, only 20% of our housing units, our households, are families with children. And there are lots of people who could be benefited by the housing that this bill steps us in the direction that we need to go. So I am definitely opposed to the ITL.
Thank you. Please help my memory. Who seconded the motion?
I did.
Melvin. Okay, thank you.
Oh, Melvin, yeah. Actually, we both did.
And Representative Gallagher, you asked to speak?
Yeah, so
Yeah, I got those same emails too, since they came to all of us, and my reaction to them was their opposition to them actually hardened my resolve to support them, because a lot of the arguments they were making against it seemed to me as if they were expressing disdain for my district. So I represent Concord Ward 6, which is a downtown area, very high density. I live in a public housing apartment, a 10-story building, the JFK building, and which is all low income housing. And for all these opponents of it to complain about low income people, I just felt that was like a personal attack on me. And it just strengthened my resolve to provide housing for people despite their objections.
Thank you. Representative Porter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I felt when we were hearing the testimony this time that we really, it was unfortunate that we didn't give more of the history of this bill. And serving on the subcommittee with you on this bill last term, I want to give some information to the new people on the committee. The first thing was that this bill, the original two bills that we dealt with last year, came from the governor's task force on housing. And they came to us and they had a lot of problems. We had a hearing. We listened to the same kinds of problems identified in the emails that you all got, as well as other issues that are concerns about zoning boards and planning boards and a myriad of things. And we had all those complaints in front of us when we met as a subcommittee. And in that subcommittee, we had all the stakeholders participating. We had the Office of Strategic Initiatives. We had Ben Frost with the Housing Finance Authority. We had Alyssa Margolin, who works with Housing Action New Hampshire. We had Cordell Johnston to make sure that we weren't stepping on toes of and taking away authority from local communities. And there were other people in the room. And as we worked, we identified the problems that people had brought up. And that group of people worked together to structure the language of the bill so that nothing in the bill, everything that had been brought up to us as a problem, was addressed in the bill. And every single person that was part of that stakeholder group approved of the final bill as amended. We brought it forth to our committee, and it passed the committee. And it went on and passed the House on a voice vote. We worked so hard, and I feel that those emails that came from, I know 2 communities that were there that get all those emails, and I've driven through those lovely farm communities, and I understand what they're saying. But this bill does not prevent them from or force them to do anything. Everything that's in the bill is incentivized. If a community chooses to do this, they can do it. And here's a tool and a way that you can do it. If your community does not want to do it, your community does not have to do it. And the only restriction on that was the housing for the elderly, the density benefits for the housing of the elderly. If you gave that in your community, then you had to do it for affordable housing. And if you didn't want to do that, then just rescind it for the housing for the elderly. There was nothing in this bill that forces any community to do anything that they don't want to do. So I understand that we got a lot of emails, but I think those people were misinformed about the true nature of this bill. And so I'm asking you to think about what you're doing. The governor supports this bill. This is a bipartisan effort. It's not a Democratic thing. It's not a Republican thing. It's a state of New Hampshire. We're in a crisis, and we need to have something to help our communities who want to make good choices for the kinds of housing that they develop in their communities. And this bill does that. And so now that I'm all red in the face and my blood pressure is sky high, I'm gonna shut up and let you take your vote.
Thank you for your comments. Representative Lascelles had a comment.
Yes, I'm a co-sponsor of this bill, and I support the bill for all the reasons that Representative Porter just mentioned. I live in the beautiful town of Litchfield. Those of you who do not know Litchfield know that at one point it was a farming community, but it has become a bedroom community. And it has become a bedroom community for wealthy people and people who are over 55. We have about a dozen over 55 communities in the town of Litchfield, and we have all of these McMansions, as people call them. At the same time, a young person who is just starting out in life doesn't really have a chance to live in the town of Litchfield because there's nothing that's affordable for them. I also am a selectman in town, and I know that there is a need for workforce housing. I'm not going to say low-income housing. I'm going to say workforce housing. So just as we have over 55 communities, I would like to see us have under 35 communities or under 40 communities. I also work as a substitute teacher in the local high school. And one day had a chat with one of the young teachers. And I said, where do you live? She said, Goffstown or something. I said, well, why don't you move to Litchfield? She said, I'd love to live in Litchfield, but I can't afford to live in Litchfield. So I think it's time for the towns to step up to the plate. We have a crisis here in New Hampshire. I have a friend who he's a neighbor of mine, and he works for the state people who works to recruit companies from out of state to come to New Hampshire. So one day I asked him, what are the issues that keep businesses from moving to New Hampshire? He says two things, overwhelmingly, two things. One is the cost of energy. We all know that. And secondly is the availability of workforce. And when you break that down, the availability of workforce is really harmed by the fact that you can't get a decent place to live for under $1,500 a month. So yes, I'm a co-sponsor of this bill. I'm proud of being a co-sponsor of it, and I'll support it.
Thank you. Representative Treleaven?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've been searching frantically for my copy of the bill, and it seems to have vaporized. I don't know where it's gone, but I did have some notes on it, and I've recalled a few of them. One of them is I felt like a lot of those emails that came to us were from people who were very misinformed about what that bill is going to do for them, what this bill is going to do for them or do to them, or what they were going to have to do in regards to it. And I think that that's unfortunate. My understanding is that it's an enabling bill. And after listening to Representative Porter and Representative LaSalle, I can't, I'll be supporting the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Mangiapudi?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My recollection of the testimonies, and I was very encouraged with the fact that this is a very enabling bill. And when we are in the middle of the crisis of housing shortage, acute housing shortage, and especially workforce housing. And Commissioner Caswell, Governor Sununu, they all supported it. And this is a critical need. And, knowing it is a critical need and it's the right bill to bring in. And I got a lot of emails too. It just highlighted, I moved into a bedroom community and I don't want the density to increase. The reason I moved here, I wanted quaint little town. So I think I would strongly support, and this is not the bill to be retained or ITL'd. This is the bill that needs to pass to give the tool that the communities need to enable the acute shortage. So I request that we vote on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Maggiore?
Oh, whoops. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've become a one-trick pony when it comes to discussing this bill because I refer back continuously to my first term when it was 1629 and 1632. And I don't know that I've ever taken that many notes and that made that many comments on a bill, and was one of the, I'm going to say, at least from my own perspective, one of the staunchest opponents of that bill as it was presented, and would have been probably as upset as Representative Porter is now had that bill passed. But this bill, as it has been presented and as it was amended, satisfied the concerns that I have, and it's why every time the bill came up, I voted against. Every comment I voted against. This bill, though, fixed all of those concerns. I have been a member of the Select Board in Northampton for 4 terms and a member and the representative to the Planning Board for 8 of those years. This alleviates my concerns that I have. So I support 586. I wish we could take an up or down vote on it now. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Klee?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One of the things I hear quite often is kicking the can down the road. Many of you worked on this bill over the years, and I hear Representative Majority and Representative Porter talk about how much work went into it to put in those changes and to do all that was needed to do. I think if we kick this can down the road and retain it only to discuss it again after it's been discussed, pardon my language here, ad nauseum, is really doing a disservice for all those that did so much work last year. And this was basically just put on hold because of the pandemic, or we call it the death of the COVID. This is my 3rd term, and I very rarely hear our governor come out and speak in favor or against a bill as much as he seemed to on this particular one. The fact that it's got bipartisan support, the fact that we've got governor support, Mr. Caswell support, I really think that we should take a vote. I hope we take a vote to pass, but I think in all fairness, we really need to take a vote. On another note, I did respond to some of those emails that we got, and I asked them point blank, did you know that this is not the original bill from the previous year, that it was the massage bill, as I referred to it, that changes had been made and changes had been put in? Without failure, none of them knew that. They only knew of the bill that had hit last year, and they said that they were opposed to it. So I think much like what Representative Majority had said, it was not a good bill. It was a bad bill. You all fixed it. And I think one of the questions and clarifications that Representative Porter brought forward during the question is this the changed bill? Is this the modified bill? And the answer was yes, which kind of sealed the deal for me. I think you all did the work, and I think we should pass this bill. Thank you.
Representative Davis?
Thank you. I also was on the committee when this bill originally came to us and was very firmly against it in the form that we received it. But became convinced after the work the subcommittee did on it that it in fact epitomized the way things are done in New Hampshire and should be done in New Hampshire, which is namely, if your community doesn't wish to do this, it doesn't have to do this. If your community wishes to do this, we now provide you with a tool and a mechanism to be able to do it better and more efficiently. Here in Lebanon, where I live, an affordable housing situation is upwards of $2,000 a month. There are nurses and LPNs at Dartmouth Hitchcock Medical Center who cannot afford to live here. It is a travesty, it is a shame, and it has a negative impact on all of us. I strongly support this bill.
Thank you. Last comment from Representative Mangiapudi?
Yeah, you know how I go back to the blue sheet?
Yes.
This has 36 support and 11 opposed and 2 neutral. So that strengthens my support to this bill, knowing that there were 36 people who supported this bill, and it's a good bill.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second before us to retain. I'd like to ask the clerk to call a roll.
Okay, HB 586. Representative Piemonte,
Yes.
clerk votes yes. Representative Tripp,
Yes.
Representative Guthrie,
Yes.
Representative LaSalle's,
No.
Representative McBride,
No.
Representative Melvin,
Yes.
Representative Vaya, Representative Power,
Yes.
Representative Porter,
No.
Representative Trelevin,
No.
Representative Gilman,
No.
Representative Majori,
No.
Representative Davis,
No.
Representative Mangaputi,
No.
Representative Van,
No.
Representative Klee,
No.
Representative Gallagher,
No.
and Chairman Dolan.
No.
12-6, motion fails.
The motion to retain fails, so be looking for a new motion at this point.
Mr. Chair, I move ought to pass.
I second.
Second.
We have a motion from Representative Porter ought to pass, and who is making a second?
I think Latha and I were tied.
I yield to my colleague, Davis.
Representative Davis as the second. Any further discussion on a motion about to pass?
Got it.
I'll ask the, before I ask the clerk to call a roll, I do want to comment that I understand bills like this are very emotional, can make your face red. And it's important is that we continue to respect each other and each other's opinions. And we have a fellowship and a collegiality that allows us to navigate through some of these tough bills, emotional bills, sometimes partisan bills. So I compliment you all on being respectful and having your strong convictions, but still being respectful to each other. So I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on the OTP motion.
Mr. Chair, before we do, I just want to say I'm an Italian. Okay, 100%. So I have that way. I'm sorry if I offended anybody with my strength of forcefulness of discussion. Okay.
Let's all remember that we are all members of the New Hampshire community doing good work for our constituents. And maintain your convictions, but I just ask you to be respectful, which you have been. That's a compliment to the committee. So thank you all.
Yeah, this is my sugar level shooting up or down based on emotions.
Clerk, to call the roll, please.
Okay, ought to pass on 586. Representative Piemonte,
No.
clerk votes yes. Representative Tripp,
Yes.
Representative Guthrie,
Yes.
Representative LaSalle's,
Yes.
Representative McBride,
Yes.
Representative Melvin,
No.
Representative Vaya, Representative Power,
No.
Representative Porter,
Yes.
Representative Trelevin,
Yes.
Representative Gilman,
Yes.
Representative Majori,
Yes.
Representative Davis,
Yes.
Representative Megaputi,
Yes.
Representative Van,
Yes.
Representative Klee,
Yes.
Representative Gallagher,
Yes.
Chairman Dolan.
Yes.
Motion passes 15-3.
15-3. Okay, well, I thank you all for enduring a very long day. And we have next Monday off as a holiday. So we've been moved next week to Thursday. So you should have seen that in the calendar. So we will see you next Thursday.
May I ask a question before we go, Mr. Chair?
Sure. Right ahead.
Thank you so much, and I'm sorry for the delay. I volunteered to do a majority report for HB 459, and I just wanted to verify what I'm writing is the majority report for HB 459 ITL.
Right. That's true.
Okay, great.
I'm glad you brought that up, though, because we do need volunteers to write the majority report on 586, and also I'm a volunteer to write the minority.
And Mr. Chair, I volunteer, sorry.
Usually it's the person that makes the motion. So I would be glad to write the majority report on 586. I would gladly accept any help from anybody who wants to help.
And Representative Piemonte will write the minority report. Representative Powell, do you have an additional question?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to point out, if I'm not mistaken, that our time of meeting for Thursday is 8 a.m. and not 9 a.m., which is different than what we've been doing. Just so people take note of that. Is that correct?
I would have been an hour late. Thanks for reminding me.
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
Still be almost. Yeah.
Past 15 to 3.
Christine, can you repeat that?
Mr. Chair,
15 to
I signed up, volunteered to work with Mr. Johnson Cordelli on Cordell Johnson on bill. Could you just give me the contact, or how do I go about who's going to contact who?
I'll help you with that, Latha.
Thank you. Thank you, Marge.
Representative Mangiacuti, Mr. Cordelli wrote a rather lengthy opinion piece about the illegalities of the Cordell Johnson, I'm sorry, Cordell Johnson, wrote a rather lengthy piece on the illegality. So I would talk to him and get a copy of what he wrote and then get his opinion. And then the intent would be to meet with a legal advisor in OLS and have that legal question posed to see if, again, if there is an illegality in it and if it does need to be fixed, or is that being misread by him? And is there a fix that needs an amendment to change the bill?
And what's the time frame within which I need to get it done? This is routine, right? So
yeah, so
it's not. Okay, thank you. Thank you. That clarifies. And I just want to compliment you on your chairmanship. This has really given me comfort and knowing that we can agree to disagree, but can stay very professional and very cordial. That really has reassured the bipartisan that still is around and respected. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I have one question,
yes,
if I may, and also a comment that this is the best committee in the House of Representatives.
Okay. That's because of you.
Pardon me?
That's because of all of you.
Well, who knows? Maybe it's magical powers, but it is the best one. Could Christina repeat what she said just a few minutes ago about meeting times?
About what was the question?
Meeting times or our next meeting. There was some logistical information that I missed.
I had said, Representative Davis, that I had noticed on the public hearing notice for Thursday, February 18th, that we are to commence at 8 a.m. and not at 9 a.m. as we have been doing in the past. So just for committee members to notice that.
And that
was that anticipated or was that an oversight? It hasn't technically been noticed in the calendar yet, so if you want to change that, I think we probably could.
Yes, Christina, could you change it to?
To 9 a.m.?
Okay, I received something that said 8 a.m.
Yes. And it
Okay.
went, it didn't get scheduled, but I just looked in the calendar and it hasn't been noticed yet. It'll go in this week's calendar. And because it's only Tuesday, I think we have some time, but I'll let you know if something happens, but I think it shouldn't be a problem.
Good call, Representative Power. I noticed that memo from Heather Gooley, who's our administrative assistant. I don't know if that's the correct word for her, and I was going to mention it as well. So thanks for bringing it up, and I'd prefer 9 o'clock, wouldn't you? Yeah, thanks.
Well, I respectfully request that we avoid PJs at the next meeting.
Well,
20 minutes?
All right, so any other comments or questions? Again, thank you for your hard work today, and if those of you, Representative Klee, you had anything that you wanted to say?
Yes, the schedule also for the executive session starts at 1:30. Would we be leaving that for 1:30 if we're going to be starting the other one an hour later?
I think, Christina, if you're still on, we could move the executive session to 2.
Okay, let me just double check and make sure that that looks good, and I'll contact you by tonight.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, everybody, drive carefully if you're going to be on the road. And Representative Majora, you had anything you wanted to say?
A few minutes.
Put your crown on or anything?
10 minutes.
I had nothing of value, so I will just cease.
Thank you
Carefully, everybody.
so much.
Bye, everyone.
Next Thursday. Enjoy the long weekend.